Good afternoon, good evening, good morning, good day, good night, good ma'am, good sir, good ladies and gentlemen. Good to see you in the live chat. I see that we already have a few viewers. Getting ready to go for game one against the Stankies, the Wankies, or whatever appropriate name you want to use for them. Got about a dozen listening in right now. Thank you for being the first to be here. Travis, welcome in. Good to see you. Let's go indeed. Daryl, I'm okay. I wouldn't say that I'm spectacular. Past few days, I've been dealing with some new symptoms. Over the past 3 years, I wouldn't say that I've gotten completely used to it, but I'm not surprised by the new symptoms. And sometimes, like a couple years ago, just for example, I start having a pain in one particular area of my body, and at first I'm like, what in the world is this? This is not good, you know. And I start to have to live with it for a while, and I get used to it. Comes and goes. And then I start having the same pain in the same spot, but on the opposite side of my body. So it's like, okay, I guess we're doing this now. So that's what I've been going through over the past few days. Several days ago, I was dealing with the heat, and I think it was helping to exacerbate my nausea. I felt like I started to get over that a little bit, spending a lot more time indoors in the cool air, as they're showing my hero, Jose Altuve. Correa single. They're showing some of the hits the Astros had recently. But then 2 days ago and yesterday, I don't know what it is. I've just been having pains in my left kidney area, and that's no good. That's my only good kidney right now. Yeah, my left kidney can't go down. I've been having some pretty sharp pains in that area, and that's no good because my right kidney has the tumor. It's my left kidney that is doing, I would say, 99% of the work right now. So I definitely can't have any problems with that. But I did my best to sleep. I went to bed at a really good time last night. I think I was in bed at 9:15. I had to wake up a lot just to drain the lizard, so to speak. That's once again, kidney related. There's so many symptoms related to having kidney issues, man. It just affects so many things in the body. Thank you so much. I appreciate that, Daryl. I could really use your prayers, and anyone else who's listening, definitely I could use your prayers. But whenever you pray for me, I would make a request. Just thank God that I'm healed. I know a lot of people say when they pray, please do this or please do that, or my friend is sick, or my friend needs help, or my friend has a problem. But I think that whenever we pray, we should just immediately assume, just like it says in the Bible, right? We should assume that whatever it is that we pray for is already done. It's finished. And that means just thanking God for the healing that already is. Thank you for making Brandon whole. Thank you for his good health. Thank you for his complete bodily healing. Not that I'm going to get, not that I'm getting, but that I already have. That's the way you pray. Thank you for having healed my body. It is already done. It's a big challenge, I'm not going to lie. And every time I cross a mountain, I think, finally, this must be it. This must be the last one. This is the summit, right? Because each mountain I climb, it feels impossible. And for some reason, I don't know why, I seriously really want to give up so hard. There's so many times even yesterday, I just felt like I was so exhausted, so fatigued. I'm like, what am I doing? How can I just keep going, And then I finally get to the top of that mountain, and I think, this is it. Everything will be better from here on. Nope. The next mountain comes into view, And it makes this mountain look like a child. It's like standing on a hill and wiping the sweat in the Houston heat, right? And you're like, holy crap, just walking to the top of the hill was so difficult. At least that's over. And then you look out and you see Mount Everest. You know, that's what it feels like, except over and over again. Yes, you can look at it that way. A new day every day. You know, the sun is up here, so you can see it's bright, beautiful day outside. And that's another thing. The temperature has gone back down a little bit. So much nicer. The temperature was so nice last night. I patted my bed a little bit. I made it look a little. I made it feel a little softer, and I slept okay. I wouldn't say I slept amazing, but the good thing is I got to sleep a lot. Every time I woke up, I was able to just go right back to sleep. So that's good. Yes, I woke up a lot, but I also was able to go back to sleep. And that's very important, you know. When you wake up and you can't go back to sleep, that's the worst, isn't it? But today, we have a 3-game series against a team we really need to beat. And I mean beat hard. We need to destroy this team for various reasons. The total destruction of the Yankees in this series, if we have like one close game we lose, and then we have 2 games where we just totally dominate them, I'm okay with that. I don't just want to win 2 out of 3. I want to win 2 solid games, and if we have to lose 1 game, it must be close. But I don't want to see the Astros messing around with this team. And I don't think they will. This is the Yankees. I think this brings a completely different attitude in the players and in the organization than playing a team like the Angels. Yes, the Angels are in the division with the Astros. That's true. The Astros don't really like the Angels, I think. But there's no deep rivalry there, and the Astros don't look at the Angels like they are an elite group, you know. The Yankees are world famous. Their freaking hats are everywhere, just like the Dodgers. Go anywhere in the world. I mean, here in Japan, you can go right out into, I mean, even in the countryside area. Go to the town, go to the shopping, the supermarket, go to these little areas where people gather. You're always going to see somebody wearing a freaking Los Angeles hat or a New York hat. You know, it's beyond just the team. It's fashion, right? So me wearing my Astros hat, actually me wearing this hat gets a lot more attention. If I wear an LA hat, people don't care so much. But when I wear my Astros hat in public, many Japanese people actually say, "Oh, I like your hat." That's one of the things about living in Japan. They are generally much more conservative. So if I wear like my orange Altuve jersey, if I wear this jersey, it's very bright and very loud. I don't want to say obnoxious, but to them it's like, holy cow, wow, that's amazing. Because most Japanese people will not wear something like this in public. Not unless they're part of a team and they're going to a game. But whenever I wear something, like during December, I will wear my Santa Claus hat. And of course I wear my Astros hat sometimes, and I wear my Altuve jersey occasionally in public. But these things are much more out of the ordinary for Japanese people. And it actually gives them a little bit of confidence to approach me. Because when they see me wearing stuff like that, they think I'm a very approachable guy to wear something so open like that and something so different. And they will often compliment me. So, you know, Japanese people really like the uniqueness of the Astros hat and the Astros jersey. Anytime you wear something that's way out of the normal in Japan, they will often compliment you and talk about how stylish it is. Even my LSU stuff. I have a yellow LSU hat, a purple LSU jersey, and I have some shoes and shorts that kind of match. And whenever I wear that, I often get compliments about how stylish I am. And I think it's funny because to me it's just matching. I'm just wearing matching clothes. But to them it's, you know, the purple and yellow. It's like, wow, you know, you don't see Japanese people wearing that so much. young people maybe in certain areas of Tokyo and Osaka. But yeah, I mean, you got to admit though, yeah, you're right. You're right, Michael. Astros colors and LSU colors are nice. They're unique. I love the Astros. You see right here, people wearing some of the orange, just the same type of jersey that I have. Astros colors are bright and energetic. Orange is the most energetic color. So I'm happy that the Astros have the colors that they do. And I'm also happy that LSU has the colors they do. We don't have these. You know, I feel like some colors are a little too drab. Like the Arizona Diamondbacks, their colors are too drab for me. Some teams, the colors are just too subdued. But I also don't like the really obnoxious, ugly, in-your-face colors. Like the Orioles wearing all orange, right? Orange pants and orange shirt. Might as well go all out if you're going to do that. Orange gloves, orange hat, orange shoes, orange socks, everything. Make yourself as obnoxious as possible, right? Go all in. I learned that in design class, too. Don't be inconsistent with your obnoxious design. You either go all in and own it, or you stay away from it, but you don't piddle around in the lukewarm middle zone. You know what I'm saying? Paul Goldschmidt is going to lead it off for the Yankees against Framber Valdez. Cesar Salazar is in for the Astros today behind the plate. Cody Bellinger on deck and Aaron Judge in the hole. All right. 2-0, the Rays over the Submariners. Thank you, Jay, for putting that in. Bucket list movie. You know what? I'm not even sure I saw the bucket list movie. I can't remember if I saw it or not. I'm going to have to go back and look at that. Patrick says, howdy, big man. Hope you're doing good. Thank you, you too, Patrick. I appreciate you being here. Ken, thanks for being here. Already then in the house, ready to rock the Yankees. For show. There's Salazar right there, taking some warm-up pitches from Framber. We definitely need the pitching to be in sync, and I think maybe Framber will feel a little better now that there's like an actual rotation for the Astros. Let's go, Stros, Mark. Indeed. Abel smells something stanky. Whoo, what's that smell in Houston? It's not the oil refineries. You know what I'm saying? It's them stanks. Speaking of the stanks, they've got their first batter at the plate, Paul Goldschmidt, batting .278 for the season. Framber is on the mound up on the rubber, getting ready to deliver his first pitch of the game and the series. Let's kick it off. Here we go with the Yankees. Snow, right off the bat, the bullpen door opens. Altuve's out there. He's playing left field. He's out there trying to close it. Apparently, that's the second time that's happened this game before the game even starts. They said it's a ghost bullpen door just opening by itself. Okay. It's kind of crazy considering how there's no real wind out there. You know what I'm saying? Here's the first pitch. Right in the bottom of the zone and grounded to Pena. Fires the first. One pitch, one out. Starts off with a grounder. That's a nice start to the game with a Framber special. The Framburglar special. The Framburglar special. Why is it not already a 5-0 Astros lead? Good question. 95 on the inside. The stinker to Paul Goldschmidt. No, I'm sorry. Cody Bellinger. Goldschmidt was retired. Strike one. Here is the next toss. Right on that outside edge. Nice. Two stinkers in a row. One on the inside, one on the outside. The proper pitch for the Stankies. 0-2. Is he going to go with the curve right here and try to get the strikeout? We'll see. He did, but it was in the dirt. Now, they said it was a slider. Low and outside in the dirt. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Here comes the 1-2. Swing and a miss. There we go. Nice slider right below the zone on the 1-2 pitch, and he gets the swing and a miss out number 2. Whiff. Aaron Judge comes to the plate. Mixed cheers and boos for Aaron Judge. What's the point in booing for Aaron Judge? He's a good player. He hasn't done anything to hurt the Astros. And Judge hits the very first pitch into left center field. Dubon is in center, and he's over to bring it in. That's the first hit. That's 5 on-base appearances for Judge against Fromber in the last 6 appearances. Daryl says, I get a lot of people talking about my Colt 45 jersey. That would actually be quite popular here, I think. I think that the Japanese would love that. Nice. Curveball on the outside edge to Giancarlo Stanton. Giancarlo. Strike 1. Judge on first base with 2 outs. Here comes the next pitch from Fromber. Ooh, just a little low. 1-1 is the count. Yeah, I like the Space City jerseys too. Here's a pitch. In the dirt. Salazar is able to grab it really quickly and keep Judge on first base. 2 balls and 1 strike. The helmets, we'll see. I'm not quite sure. I can't remember what the helmets look like off the top of my head. Here's the pitch. Nice. Whoa! How did they not call that a strike? It was a strike in the zone. 3-1. Should have been 2-2. Look at this. Look at that. 90-mile-per-hour changeup into out. 100% in the zone. Called a ball. 3-1. He throws another sinker, the exact same pitch, but this time he throws it a little further inside. Good comeback there by Fromber. The count is full. Good grief, man. This umpire. Don't do that now. Don't be that guy. Here comes the full count pitch. Right below the zone on the curveball, and he hits it straight up in the air. Walker's underneath it. Could be out number 3, and it is. There we go. 2-out single to Judge, but he is stranded. Fromber makes the Stankies create a lobster. 1 lobster for the Yankees so far. Bottom of the first coming up in just a moment. The Astros lineup for today. Let's take a look and see who's on the field. Yordan Alvarez is taking a rest day today. They don't want to put too much pressure on his precious little hand. My precious.
He doesn't want to put the precious on the hands. His precious hands, my precious.
Pena is leading it off for the Astros. Oh, goodness, sorry. Needed a stretch. Correa is batting second, followed by Jose Altuve, who is in left field today. Christian Walker is the cleanup batter, and for some reason we have Yainer Diaz batting right after him. In the 5th spot, batting DH. Batting 6th is Ramon Urias, who's at second today. Cam Smith batting 7th in right field. Mauricio Dubon in center field, batting 8th. And Cesar Salazar batting 9th. Now, Salazar has appeared in a couple of games recently, and he's been able to actually improve his batting average quite a bit. He's batting .273 now. He was batting like 123 or something, but he didn't have but a couple of plate appearances. But it's nice to see that he has contributed since he's been in, and he's been doing a good job with Valdez. That's why he's in the game today. They don't expect Caratini to be off the concussion protocol until tomorrow, I believe. I believe after tomorrow he'll be ready to go and available. Big Sean, welcome in. Good to see you. Mark says 2 bits, 4 bits, 6 bits, $1 off the Astros. Press the like and holler. Yes, please remember to do that. I thank you in advance. Whether you're listening on mobile or TV or whatever, computer. They're all types of computers, aren't they? Kind of. Make sure you like the live stream. It would really help the channel to grow and get to more Astros fans. We can build the community out. Max Fried is on the mound for the Stanks. First pitch is outside and low, 95 mile per hour. Stinker. Speaking of Stanks. The Stanks with the stinker. 1-0 is the count. The Flash takes the second pitch, outside and low again. Back-to-back pitches, very similar. Jordan has a rest day, Patrick. No, if Jordan homers on the Yankees, it's going to have to be later on as a pinch hitter or tomorrow because he's on hiatus today. 94 inside, 3-0 to Pena. Good day to you, Foxabag. Good to see you. Thank you for being here. Yeah, I hope we don't have to play against the umps in addition to the Yankees. Hey, look at that. Ball 4 on the inside. Pena thought it might be a strike. Pena thought it was a strike. Look at that. Pena thought it was a strike. He stood there at the plate. Look at that. Ball 3. It was 3-0. Look at this. Take a look at this pitch. Pena seriously thought it was a strike. He stood there. It was called ball 4. Well, at least the umpire is doing it both ways. That's a strike. Carlos Correa at the plate. 75 mile per hour curveball right in the zone. So Pena's on first base with no outs. Got 1 walk on a 4-pitch start to this inning. Here comes the 0-1 pitch to Correa. Another curveball. No, that was a Swiffer. You call that one a ball? They rung it up as a strike, but it looked like they called it a ball. I don't know. On the screen it says 0-2, but it looked like the umpire called it a ball. Here's the 0-2 pitch. I'll go with the count on the screen. We'll see. Correa bounces that one off. Foul down the door towards the dugout there. Kick him in the knee, kick him in the other knee. Hey, Texas Dave, thanks for being here. Welcome in, Nightbot. Hey, look at that. So inconsistent, the Nightbot. This is grounded to short. Oh, he drops it. Volpe bobbles it, and they can't get the double play. Pena is out at second base. They barely got Pena. Barely got Pena. Barely at second base on that bobble by Volpe. 1 down. Correa on first base. And Jose Altuve comes to the plate. Here we go. This is the Yankees killer right here. King of New York, baby. Always sweep the leg. That's right, Patrick. He pops it up too high. He got underneath it too much. Volpe's back, and he wants to take it. I guess he wants to make up for that mess up on the double play. 2 down. Altuve flies out on the very first pitch. Ken says, we don't own a TV here in Hillbilly Heaven. The only provider is Dish, and they suck. I understand that. The only provider I have out here is either my phone mobile or Starlink. I have to use the internet with Starlink. That's it. Christian Walker at the plate. We got 2 lobsters already, basically. The Astros do. 2 outs, 1 runner on first. 0-1 is the count to Christian Walker. Do it. Do it. 97 way above the zone. 1-1. The Lion says, good pitcher's tight zone. I like it. As long as he calls it both ways, I'm okay with it. 97 on the outside edge, fouled away. 1 and 2 is the count to Walker. Yes, I love seeing the Yankees make errors. It's nice. Because the Yankees are a team that aren't good at fundamentals like that. Come on, Skywalker. There's a 1 and 2 pitch. And he strikes out. 98 miles an hour, up and out. I should just make a clip so I don't even have to say it. Walker strikes out. Walker strikes out. Walker strikes out. I wonder how many times I would have to press that in 1 year. Maybe a couple hundred times. Walker strikes out. That ends the inning. So we wind up with 3 lobsters. Look at that right off the bat. Just right off the bat, in the very first inning. Yankees have 1 lobster. The Astros have 3. So right off the bat, the Astros go right back to leaving runners where they are. Just leaving them where they are. We get a guy on first base right off the bat with no outs. Next 3 batters, ground out, fly out, strike out. Lobster, lobster, lobster. At this rate, we'll have 27. That's insane. Yes, absolutely. Yeah, it has to be like a special type of fastball. If it's a moving fastball, or maybe a little out of the zone, or a little high, or a little low, or something like that. But I think if it's in the middle, like right above the middle of the zone, that's a perfect place for Walker to hit it. But he doesn't have a lot of flexibility to hit it very hard, or even get the bat on it if it's in the corners of the zones. That's enough lobsters to feed the chat, that's for sure. Singleton just homered against Roki Sasaki, the Lion says. That's nice. Singleton's one of those guys I was hoping that would just really find himself and be a dependable backup lefty power hitter for the Astros. He's just too inconsistent, unfortunately. Yeah, it was a total miss, that's right. Team Lobster is just 1. The New York Lobsters. A lot more lobsters up that way, close to New York, than there are around Houston. Houston's got the blue crabs, right? The blue crabs. It sounds like a terrible condition. What's wrong with me, Doc? I'm sorry to tell you this, but it appears you have the blue crabs. 1-0 to Trent Grisham. That's a strike. Well, look at that. That was low and outside the zone, actually. Umpire called it a strike. 1-1. 15th pitch of the game coming up for Mr. Fromber. My favorite cheese. Fromber cheese. That's another hit. Little golf into right field. Another single for the Stanks. They have a runner on first with no outs here in the top of the second. Nice to see Biggio talking about the kids organization that he's involved with. I love to see the players sticking around and being such a big part of the community like that. And, if you think about it, not everybody does that. Not everybody has that. Not every team, every organization has like their biggest stars still living in the city and taking part with the team and the community. That's something I think the Astros fans often take for granted, 94, low and inside, called a strike. 1 ball, 1 strike. Good old Biggio. Good guy. Great player. Great guy. Here comes a 1-1 pitch. to Volpe. Low and inside. 2 balls and 1 strike. Bunker Hill Darrell. Singleton found the bong instead. Jay, you're too rude, man. But that's true. I mean, but you know what? It's unfair because he got really bashed for that. You know, he got really bashed for like what, weed? Considering how it's legal in so many places now, it's not really fair that he got demonized and lost his ability to play baseball or something like that. I feel like that was way too much. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Here's the pitch. Swing and a miss. All right. Foul tip into the glove of Salazar. Fromber has another K. 20 pitches now and 1 away. Runner on first. Ivermectin for blue crabs. You guys crack me up. I feel like if we were watching a game together and having some drinks, it would be more entertaining, even if the Astros are losing. Fouled off. Jazz Chisholm Jr. Seeing Biggio's name next to Wagner is pretty cool. Oh, 1 is the count. Fromber lobs it over to first base. Not a really serious throw. Resets the shot clock. Why not Yordan today, says Brendan. He's on a rest day. They have kind of a schedule for him to rest because they don't want to put too much stress on his hand. Of course, his golden hand, his golden glove. Oh no, that's crushed to right field. That's gone. Easily. Upper deck, almost. 2-0 Yankees. On the 0-1 pitch, Jazz Chisholm, the lefty. Lefty on lefty crime right there. Lefty on lefty crime. So they don't leave a lobster this time. The Yankees bring the lobsters home to cook. Fromber has now given up 2 runs, 3 hits. So we're going to have to score at least 3 runs. Minimal to win this game. Jose Caballero comes to the plate, a righty. 79 on that outside edge, strike 1. Nice curveball. Ken Stark says, we used to go blue crabbing in Lake Charles in Louisiana. That's interesting. I would always stay away from the water in Louisiana. Attempt to bunt the ball. Doesn't work out. Strike 2. I would only swim in the swimming pools. I would only go into the water. I mean, I went fishing and went out on boats and spent a lot of time on the water when I was a kid growing up, but I just saw too many things I didn't like in Louisiana. Snakes and alligators and all of that. I was like, you know what? Forget that. There's probably a swamp thing in there too. Swamp creature. There's no telling what's in the water out in Louisiana. 1-2 is the count. Here comes the pitch. Grounded to the third base side. That's foul, and that's going to bounce into the corner off the wall. Should be a double. Caballero's on second base. That's another extra base hit given up by Fromber. 4th hit for the Stankies. 1 out, runner in scoring position for Austin Wells. The bottom of the batting order getting to Fromber Valdez. Their 7th hitter. Getting a home run, a 2-run shot. Caballero getting a double. And now Austin Wells at the plate. Austin Wells looking like an adult-style baseball player, if you know what I mean. Drambaum, he might or he might not. We'll see. There's no way to know that he'll definitely hit. It depends on if they really, really need him. 85 miles an hour in the bottom of the zone. Swing and a miss, strike 1. Yep. Jacob Melton doesn't have the Blade Rogers mustache, but Austin Wells definitely has it going on. Here comes the 0-1 pitch from Fromber. Right in there, and he's trying to steal third. The throw is not there. Terrible throw by Salazar, way to the left. Carlos Correa saved that run right there. That could have been run number 3. Terrible throw by Salazar in the dirt. Somehow Correa was able to get over there and catch it. He saved a run. 80 miles an hour, low and inside. And he's complaining about it. Throw him out. That was a strike, though. He was pretty ticked about that. Go back home. Cry some more. Cry more, baby. That's out number 2. Runner on third. Don't you be upset, Ump. That was a strike. You were right. 30th pitch of the game coming up for Fromber in just a moment. Top of the batting order is back up already. Paul Goldschmidt is at the plate. Here's the pitch. Right in there on the curveball. Strike 1. Yeah, that's right, Daryl. Altuve's really good with... He's good to the fans, the kids especially. He's just a all-around perfect guy. That's why I love him so much. There's just nobody like him. But I'm glad to see people like, you know, Biggio and even Bagwell. Bagwell's still around. He's still doing Astros stuff. He's still plugged into the community. 1 ball, 1 strike to Goldschmidt. Here comes the next pitch from Fromber. He holds up on the curveball. They say he didn't go. 2-1 is the count. When I see several people hanging around like that, you know, I believe Billy Wagner's still around the area, right? Biggio's there and plugged in. Bagwell's there and plugged in. Altuve is still part of the team, but he's very active in the community. Astros just seem to have a nice culture of the players staying in Houston and being a part of the community. I think that's wonderful. It's unique. It's special, I think. Salazar is going to walk out to the mound and have a little chit-chat with Valdez. The count is 2-1 with 2 outs. Runner on third. Paul Goldschmidt at the plate. He's 0 for 1 today. Tunzel found the face mask bong and got drafted. Yeah, he got the draft and then got drafted. King Tug says Fromber doing what Fromber does. Yep, we never know. It's a roller coaster, isn't it? Speaking of the roller coaster, here's the next one. Here in the dirt, curveball, 3-1. Jazz is a talented player. He's not having a tremendous year, though. Fouled off, 95 on the outside. Could have been ball 4. Full count. Daryl says, I think all the Astros players should grow beards. Wouldn't it be funny if they all grew like the big beard with no mustache? That would be funny looking if they all looked like that. Swing and a miss. There we go, finally. Out of the inning. Nice curveball on the outside edge. Strike 3. They had a really, really long talk with Biggio that inning. He was talking nonstop. Talk about a plug with the Sunshine Kids Network. That was a long inning. 2-0, 4 hits for the Yankees, none for the Astros so far. We just have a walk. 4-pitch walk to Pena. After that, nothing. Yainer Diaz is due up for the Stros, followed by Ramon Urias. And crank it up, Cam Smith. We'll see what they can do. The middle of the batting order. Yeah, Big Sean. 2-run homer. 2-run homer given up. Michael says love Bags. He just needs to stay out of the front office. A lot of people say that about him being on the radio, too. Recently, a lot of people have been complaining about him on the radio. But from what I understand, I never listened to him, really. I don't listen to his podcast or anything that he's doing on the radio, but they say that when he's in the broadcast booth, he's just really dry, really detailed, maybe boring. So he's drawn a lot of attention because of the way he comes off for his dryness. But I don't know. There was an article in the Houston Chronicle showing where Altuve left a waitress a $900 tip in Houston. I believe it. Drambaum says after baseball, I have a feeling Altuve will disappear for a while. I don't know why that would happen. Why in the world would that happen? I have a feeling that he's going to be even more public. Like he's going to be doing a lot more stuff because when he's not playing baseball, he's got a lot more time to do stuff, you know, to do other things. Here comes the pitch. First pitch to Diaz, just above the zone, called a strike. 0-1 is the count. Max Fried back on the mound. He's up to 15 pitches with this next delivery. Here comes the next toss to Diaz. Way high. 1-1 is the count. A walk-off win. Robert, I'm okay with that, but I'd rather not get to that point. Too much stress. Here comes the next pitch. 1-1. 85 changeup at the bottom of the zone. Swing and a miss. 1 ball, 2 strikes to Diaz. Here's the next pitch. It's tapped to the left side. Volpe's going to have to scoop it up and fire it over, and he does. No problem. He doesn't make an error that time. $750 for this package. A cooler, autographed baseballs, Altuve and Pena bobbleheads. Salazar at the plate. No, that's Urias, I'm sorry. He grounds out on the very first pitch to Volpe. That's 2 ground balls straight to Volpe back to back. 2 down. Astros not wasting any time. They're not even trying to get lobsters on base. Why put somebody on to strand them when you can just directly get out, right? Why waste all that time? I mean, why bother? Cam Smith at the plate. 91 way outside. Ball 1. Yeah, Michael, you're right. He is. Yeah, you're exactly right. That's the best way to put it. He's deadpan but knowledgeable. Maybe too knowledgeable. But actually, guys like that I really like. Because obviously, he knows what he's talking about. You're talking about a guy who went into the trenches and was really good at what he did. And when he comes out and he has insight about it, you sit and you freaking listen, you know. That's a grounder to third, another grounder, and he's thrown out. That's 3 straight grounders. The Astros give Fromber no rest at all. You know we're going to hear about that later on, right? Fromber Valdez is going to throw the batters under the bus. If Fromber breaks down in the 3rd inning, I'm going to make a prediction, okay? If Fromber breaks down in the top of the 3rd, he's going to blame it on the Astros bats. That's just a little bit of a prediction. Max Fried came out just now and threw about 5 pitches. Maybe 4 or 5, something like that. I think it was 5. Just 5 pitches. And he got 3 ground balls. And the Astros were out of the inning. Just like that. Fromber just had a very long inning. Gave up a couple of runs. Now he's got to come right back out in the top of the third with almost no rest. I guarantee you that if he doesn't do well in this next inning, he's going to blame it on the Astros bats. I hope that doesn't happen, but you know that's the way it's been. Let's see here. Yeah, me too, DeLion. Bagwell showing up every once in a while. He's kind of like seasoning, you know, like salt. Put a little bit of Bagwell in there just to sprinkle in a little bit of Bagwell. It's nice. Bagwell every day, all the time. No, can't do that. Fox at bat. So you're Fox in bed today. Fox in bed with a back injury. Not the start of the game I expected. Come on, Astros. How did you hurt your back? Astros bullpen out there. We are through 2 innings, 4 hits for the Yankees, 2 runs on the board. Everything else is goose eggs. No errors for anybody. Fromber was eating his hat there for a moment. Nice to see that he's got a smaller chain and it's inside of his jersey. Maybe it won't be the focus. Maybe this is a statement. Fromber's trying to say it's not all about the bling bling anymore. I'm about the pitching. Well, show us. Here's the pitch. Check swing. Ball 1. The curveball low and outside. Cody Bellinger at the plate. Here's the toss. Another curveball low and inside. He fouls it off. 1-1 is the count. I hope you get to feeling better quick. Fox at bat. I know what it's like to have a messed up back. Daryl says Tommy wants one to be put into orbit. Yes, he do. Yes, he do. Here's the 1-1. Right in there. 95-mile-per-hour sinker. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Aaron Judge on deck. Yeah, that's right. Michael says Fried will pitch a complete 9 innings at 90 pitches. That's right. Maybe less. Maybe 85 pitches. Maybe 80. Who knows? Here comes the pitch. Grounded foul down the first baseline. Yeah, the strike year, I mean, it was nonsense in every possible way. Every possible way, shape, and form, it was nonsense. Here's the 1-2 pitch. Woo! The changeup up and in. He almost got him to go around, but it went up too far inside. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Nobody on, nobody out. It's the top of the third. Yeah, you're right, Travis. I think that once you get to know somebody, you get used to that. But when you first meet them, it's like, who is this guy? 92 miles an hour, low and inside. Swing and a miss. That's another strikeout for Valdez. First out of the inning. Aaron Judge comes to the plate. .38 pitches now for Fromber, 26 strikes. It's not a bad ratio. First pitch to Judge on that outside edge, 96 miles an hour, strike 1. I've often wondered this. If you took Aaron Judge and put him into Altuve's sized body, swing and a miss, 80 at the bottom of the zone on the curveball, 0-2. I wonder how good he would be if you preserved all of his abilities but put him into the Altuve-sized body. right? I think that Altuve would be far superior. Can you imagine taking Altuve and putting him into a Judge-sized body? That would be insane. He'd be the best player of all time. 81 in the dirt on that curveball. 1 ball and 2 strikes. I don't know. If Garcia keeps pitching well, though, he might be a replacement for Valdez. That's hit out into right field, and Cam Smith comes in and grabs it. All right, out number 2. Go sit down. You are judged. So Judge is 1 for 2 today with a line out and a single. 2 outs. Giancarlo Stanton comes to the plate. Nobody on. He popped out his last at bat. First pitch from Fromber on the way. Nice. 89 mile per hour changeup right in the bottom of the zone. Strike 1. They definitely take more pitches with Paredes in the lineup, Drambaum, that's for sure. Paredes makes the pitchers really work. Here's the pitch, the 0-1. Swing and a miss. Good toss. That slider in the dirt, he went after it. Stanton goes golfing for it. Right into the sand trap. 0-2. Here comes the 0-2 pitch. Nice! Curveball, low and inside, swing and a miss, another strikeout. 105 strikeouts for the year for Fromber. Yeah, he looks a little unhappy right there despite the good result in that inning. Let's see if the Astros can give him a rest. He deserves it now. Prodigy says Bagwell is old school, doesn't like analytics very much. He's a matter-of-fact kind of guy. Yeah, he is. He speaks from a perspective of experience and knowing, inner knowing. And I'm sure that he understands that there is a place for analytics. But my understanding about him is that he really does speak from a deep understanding of the game, how it's played, and all of the nuance of the game that you can't get from statistics. Yep, you're right, Steel Viper. Good to see you, by the way. Paredes would have been at bat longer than that inning for us. That's right. You know, I'm sure some of you know this, but there have been some games where Paredes took so many pitches and he fouled off so many balls that basically the starting pitcher, 33% of all of his pitches went to Paredes alone. Isn't that insane? That 1/3 of every pitch that he threw to the Astros were only thrown to Isaac Paredes. You can't tell me that for that reason alone, we don't miss Paredes. Even if Paredes never got a hit, if he just fouled the ball off and fouled it off and fouled it off and fouled it off and took walks, right? So he's taking balls, he's fouling off the strikes, and he drives up the pitch count every single time at the plate. You can't tell me that that's not highly useful to the Astros. Whoa! Max Fried sails one so far high and outside that the catcher couldn't even go for it. Mauricio Dubon at the plate, 1-0. Here comes the 23rd pitch of the game from Fried. That's right in there. Completely opposite of what he just threw. Dead center, strike 1. 1-1 is the count. John says 3-2 into the 4th. Mariners up. Come on, Rays. Here's the pitch. Dubon bounces that one towards the Yankees dugout. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Yeah, you know, shrewdly it. But I do understand though if the Astros are consistently, if they're consistently not giving him rest. Whoa, he sells another one. Look at that. Four-seam fastball, 97 miles an hour, way up and outside. Take a look at this. That's the second pitch he's thrown like that in the same spot. So high and outside that the catcher couldn't even get to it. Here comes the 2-2. This one's fouled off again down the third baseline. The count remains 2-2 to Doobie. Come on, Doobie. We need you, buddy. We need a good performance from Doobie today. If Doobie had a big day today with at least 3 hits, maybe 4, I think the Astros would do really well. If Doobie's hot, I think the rest of the team can be hot. Wow, another one high. The Swiffer. That was a Swiffer, but it was high and outside. Little command issues going on here for Max Fried. Full count. Dubon takes a timeout. Hey, Abel, good to see you. I think Judge bunts it 300 feet, right, Shrewdly? Here comes a full count pitch. Bounces it foul again down the third baseline. Yeah, Cam does need to take some pitches, but unfortunately Cam needs to find the balance between taking strikes and swinging the bat because he has been taking too many strikes, but he's been swinging a lot more recently. How about that? Ball 4. Good at bat by Doobie. He takes that one high. Fried looks like he's struggling a little bit. He's had several pitches that he lost control of. He had 2 wild pitches, and then he had a Swiffer that was way up and outside. Caratini's in the dugout over there. He's sharing his knowledge to somebody, one of the coaches. Runner on first with another walk. Cesar Salazar at the plate, lefty on lefty. Whoa, he hit him right off the bat. Another wild pitch. Salazar is a lefty, and Max Fried he keeps wiping his hand. I don't know if he's sweating or what, but man, he keeps wiping his hand, and he's thrown several pitches. Look at this. Bam, right in the shoulder blade. That's exactly where he keeps throwing the ball when he's throwing them wild. He's thrown 4 up there just in the last 2 at-bats. Got 2 runners on. Let's bring those lobsters home. Top of the batting order. The flash is up. Jeremy Pena. Here comes the pitch. He shows bunt. He gets it down. He bunted it too hard, and he goes to third. Wasted bunt. Pena bunts it right to the mound. What a terrible bunt. He tried to do a surprise bunt, but he went straight to Fried at the mound. Out number 1. Runners on first and second. Terrible bunt by Pena there. He needs to take some lessons from Altuve on how to bunt. I wouldn't say he's cooked right now, but I understand what you're saying. I do agree with you that this is the best he'll ever be. I do agree with that, Travis. But I wouldn't say he's cooked. He can simmer some more. Correa at the plate takes that first pitch for ball 1. Well, shrewdly, yeah, you said he seems immune to injury, but there's a lot of discussion about how his curveball is not repeatable for a long period of time before it starts really wearing on him, so it could be a matter of time. We'll see. I wish him nothing but the best no matter where he goes. 1-1 to Correa after the foul ball. But the problem with Fromber's pitching is that it could cause him some problems later on. 1-1. South Korea goes out into the right field and into the crowd. 1-2. Come on, baby. We need you. We need a little South Korea action right now. We got 2 runners on with 1 out, baby. Big hit. Big hit. Take the lead. Teach them invaders what it's like whenever they invade South Korea. Here comes the pitch. Ground ball to the right side. Could be a double play. Can't get it. Pena's going to say that Volpe was not on the bag. He's called out. Espada's not going to challenge it. Let's see the replay. Let's see if Pena was right. He thinks that Volpe came off the bag. Let's take a look. Yeah, he got it. Pena didn't see it. He touched it with his toe. That's 2 outs. Runners on first and third. And that brings up Superman Jose Altuve. He flied out his last at bat. How about another big hit? Come on, Altuve. This is the Yankees. You own them. Outside. Ball 1 on the sinker. Free does not want to pitch to this guy. You know, every single Yankees pitcher's got to be thinking that. They're like, this is the one guy that I have to get out because I will be destroyed by the fans, right? Here's the 1-0 pitch. Right in there on the Swiffer. 1 ball, 1 strike. Altuve waiting for a good pitch. Yeah, I am impressed also with Garcia's first game back. Here's the 1-1 to Altuve, low and outside on the changeup. 2 balls and 1 strike. Altuve waiting for that perfect pitch. Waiting on that perfect pitch to pounce on. Is that a Rawlings bat he's using? Haven't seen a Rawlings bat in a while. I used to have a Rawlings baseball glove. That's grounded to shortstop. Going to be an easy toss to second. Unfortunately, 2 more lobsters there. Actually, more than that. We have more than 2 lobsters that inning because we had a couple of failures. Several more lobsters for the Astros that inning. I think we're going to wind up with 9 total lobsters. That's 9 guys on base that were not moved around for the Astros. Yankees have 4. Lobster count. Wanks 4. Stroh's 9. That's our current lobster count. Well, yeah, Prodigy, you're right. I mean, you can't take anything away from Judge. He's obviously a great player. I mean, that's obvious. But I do wonder sometimes how he would perform if he were Altuve-sized, you know? All right. Give the man a rest, guys. Well, they gave him a little bit of a rest that time. We didn't score any runs, but at least he had a little bit of a rest, right? I agree with you, Brea. I definitely want to score runs before we get to the end of the game. Let's score runs now. Let's score runs throughout the game like we did yesterday. Yep, make him pitch. They started off good, but that happens a lot with the Astros. Starts off good, we get guys on base, and then we leave them there. We don't bring the lobsters home. The boats go out, guys. The crew goes out. They work really hard to try to get those lobsters. They get some in the net, and then they lose them. They either escape the net or they lose them on the way back to shore, and whenever they get back, all the villagers are standing around, and they're like, "What's the haul?" "Sorry, we lost them. We don't have anything." And so the people starve. That's the way it is. Maria Hader. Is Josh Hader's wife? Hader's Heart Foundation. Another charity. That's nice. Here's a pitch in the dirt. Trent Grisham at the plate. It's interesting that Hader hasn't been there for a really long time. But he's already plugged in. with the community support. That's great. It's nice to see that these players who are making the money, putting their time and money into stuff like that, is heartwarming. Another ball in the dirt, 2-0 to Trent Grisham. Caratina? You mean Caratini? Yeah, I miss Caratini too. I miss the Batman. Take one for the team. Yeah, stick your elbow out there. I used to have a coach like that. Stick your elbow out. That's hit high in the air to right field, right center, but Doobie's underneath it. Should be able to put it away, and he does for out number 1. 1 up and 1 down for Fromber. And the top of the 4th. Anthony Volpe comes to the plate. Thanks, Julia. Back to you, Brandon. Go Astros. Why would we stop bunting? It's not a bad idea. Jeremy Pena just pulled it off wrong. My gosh, actually the Astros have had the opposite problem. They have not been bunting when they should have been bunting. And when they do bunt, they bunt at the wrong time. I won't complain about today's choice to bunt, but the way that he bunted, yes, I will complain about that. He tried to lay down a surprise bunt, but considering how Pena has almost no experience laying down the surprise bunt, it was a bad decision. He should have just squared up and laid it down that way. 0-2 to Volpe after that foul ball. 1 down, nobody on. Here comes 0-2. Is this the K pitch? Woo, he tried to make it a K pitch, a curveball on the outside, but it was a little too far out. Ball 1-2. Big Sean is right. It was a horrible at bat, but just because he should have just squared up. Just square up and lay it down the third baseline instead of trying to do a surprise bunt. He screwed it up. In the dirt, and it bounces to the backstop. 2-2. Lobster Diablo. It's okay. Calm down. Don't get upset. Getting too worked up over a game. 88 miles an hour, fouled off. The count remains 2-2. Abria, you're getting too worked up. Calm down. Go check your blood pressure. Do some breathing exercises. Count backwards from 10 or something. Yeah, they definitely need something stronger than coffee, but I wouldn't recommend alcohol. Here's the pitch. The 2-2. Outside. Curveball misses way out there, and it's a full count. Well, execution is paramount in bunting, but there are a couple of different types of bunting, right? There's that running surprise bunt. This is it up the middle, backhanded by Urias, who fires over to first base for out number 2. A little Fromber special there. He got Frombergled. 2 down. Jazz Chisholm comes to the plate. He had a 2-run homer his last at bat. The only 2 RBIs on the board for the Yankees. Yeah, sarcastic. You mentioned that yesterday. The word lose is also contained in the word lobster. That's right. We can't lose the lobsters. Don't lose the lobsters. Bring them home. The people want to eat. 1 ball, no strikes. Lefty on lefty action right now. Here's the pitch to Chisholm. Nice changeup. Oh, they said that was a sinker. Man, that was 96 miles an hour. Whew. It moved like a changeup. It went back up and inside. 1 ball, 1 strike. Here comes the toss. Nice. Slider on the inside corner. Chisholm looking around like, was that a strike? Yeah, dude, it was completely in the zone. What's wrong with you? These major league players sometimes, I feel like they don't remember where they were standing in the batter's box. 80 miles an hour on the inside, fouled off. He takes a timeout. 1 ball and 2 strikes with 2 outs, nobody on. Who got my nacho plate? You can't have it. You can't have it because it's nachos. Daryl says Gilligan's Island. That's funny. Opposite field hit. Chisholm's 2 for 2. Sends it right through to Pena's left between Pena and the second base bag. And that's hit number 5 off of Valdez today. In just 3 2/3 of an inning. Chisholm with a home run and an opposite field single. That's going to bring up Jose Caballero. The bottom of the batting order for the Yankees continues to own Fromber. The 5th through 9th, actually the 5th through 8th hitters are punishing him today. Wild pitch? No, he gets hit on the foot, but he swung. Wait a second. No, he was swinging. He's laughing about it. Yeah, he swung, and it hit him in the back leg. They threw him out. Wow, he kept arguing with the umpire. Now they threw him out. How about that? Jose Caballero gets tossed. Can you believe that? Look at that. He swings, clearly swings, which is a strike. He gets hit in the back of the leg. He thinks that's a hit by pitch. He obviously doesn't understand the rules. He keeps arguing the point to the umpire, and he gets tossed. Yeah, I think he was calling the umpire stupid or something. Yeah, you could tell by his hand motions he was insulting the umpire. The umpire's like, you know what? Screw you. That's right. Got to get a different hitter up there, my friend. Womp womp. Caballero is out. Their third baseman is gone. Yeah, what am I gonna do with you, boy? Yeah, that's what you get for wearing strange stuff on your eyes. You know, I kind of feel like these guys that do the really weird stuff, even Neto's the same way, right? He does the strange thing with the eye cream. Caballero does the strange stuff with the eye cream. I feel like that could be an indicator. Could be an indicator of a guy with an attitude problem. The count is 0-1. They had to bring in a pinch hitter, a substitute. He's going to come up cold. 2 outs, runner on first. 0-1 is the count. Who's the replacement batter? They haven't shown his name on the screen yet. I don't know him. McMahon? Chisholm talking with Walker. They're like, I don't know. I don't know what's going on. 64 pitches for Valdez. The 65th will be on the way in just a moment. McMahon is at the plate batting for Caballero. Fromber throws it over to first base to reset the pitch clock. Ryan McMahon is the substitute for Mr. Caballero, who just couldn't keep his trap shut to the umpire. Here's the 0-1 pitch. Runner is stealing second base, and it bounces off the ground. Goes to the back. Not even an attempt at a throw there. Teams continue to kind of steal at will on the Astros. It's pretty sad. We don't even get the opportunity to throw. Very first pitch in the dirt. Salazar couldn't handle it. I think that's caught by Diaz or Caratini, but whatever. 1-1 is the count. Here comes the pitch. Swing and a miss. 96 low and outside. What kind of craziness is this? Watch the ball all the way to the bat. Marduk says, yep. It's a fundamental, but so many players forget about it, don't they? Here comes the 1-2 pitch. In the dirt again, man. You don't have to overthink it, Fromber. Just make it competitive. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Ken says, when I was diagnosed with throat cancer, my friends got me a 3-day seat pass for the Giants series in 2014, like a bucket list thing. Julia sat and talked with me for 15 minutes, just us. That's pretty cool. Good memory. Well, the first part is not cool, obviously. One hop grounder to first base. Walker takes it and gets the third out. So after a little bit of drama with Caballero, finally get that third out, and Fromber's out of the inning. But, you know, the good thing is that that little issue with Caballero and him getting tossed and then bringing in a new batter and all of that, that actually gave Fromber a chance to relax and have a break up on the mound for a few moments. I think that's good, because after that, he only had to throw a few pitches to get the third out, and now he has another break. This is good for us. 'Tis good for us, it is. Maybe whoever they have over on third base, I don't know if it's going to be McMahon or whoever. Maybe he'll make an error. The Astros can rip it down the line, make some errors happen. You never know. Could change the game. Could change the game. Well, Manuel, it's easy for us to sit here as the armchair manager and say he shouldn't bunt at all. He's not our bunt guy. He should have just swung. Not everybody can do everything. And you say you're starting to question the coach's decision on making in the line. You're saying a whole bunch of negative stuff. I mean, think about it. What are your qualifications? And I'm not saying this to be sarcastic. I'm honestly wanting to know, what are your qualifications for judging the situation better than Joe Espada? What are your qualifications? I can tell you what my qualifications are. And even though I do have a tremendous amount of experience and I could have played college ball, either basketball or baseball, I had offers. I understand the game really well. And even as an adult, I continued to play until I got sick. I was playing on a league in Tokyo, an international league. I played with guys from Taiwan, Japan. Of course, I played a ton back in the U.S. I played 3 different main positions: third, shortstop, and second. I started off at third, and for most of my life, though, I moved into second base, although I alternated sometimes with short. In high school, we had one pitcher who had a decent fastball. I was the only one who could catch it with the catcher's mitt, so whenever he would pitch, I would catch. So I've played all around. I've even pitched. I was even a reliever. Just whenever our other pitchers were tired and they needed one guy to come in and just, throw strikes. That was me. So I even came in, and maybe every couple of games I'd pitch 1 inning and then go back to second base. 2 pitches, 1-1. Christian Walker at the plate. So whenever I speak with my opinion about what I think the Astros should and shouldn't do, I do have, obviously, experience, but I'm not Bagwell. I'm not Joe Espada. That's bounced to third. Oh, no error. Right off the bat, Christian Walker bounces it to third base, the third baseman, and he laughs, he smiles, he's like, yeah, I just got in the game and I got a ball already. But I'm just saying that even with my lifelong experience watching and playing baseball, I'm still not on the level of Joe Espada and guys like that. So to say so many negative things about... We were just talking about bunting, the choice to bunt in that situation and the style of bunting, but somehow you blew it up into questioning Espada and the lineups and everything. I mean, the sky is falling according to you, and I just can't accept that type of mentality. Here's the 0-1 pitch to Diaz. Whoa, way inside, almost clipped him. 1-1. So just check yourself. I'm going to tell everybody in the chat, check yourself when it comes to the negativity. It's okay to criticize or question something, but don't just start coming in with the sky is falling because you don't like the bunt call. 2 balls and 1 strike to Diaz. 1 out, nobody on. Here in the bottom of the 4th. Yeah, Julia's nice. I think so, Ken. She seems like a really wonderful person. Here's the pitch. Wow, that was crushed out into right field by Diaz, but foul, unfortunately. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Would I say that Fromber is putting pepper on the ball mid-game? It is a little spicy. As another one grounded to third, make an error. Oh, he makes the throw. So the Astros test the new third baseman twice in a row, but he makes the play both times. That's 2 up and 2 down. Ramon Urias, will he be another hero today and get something going for the Astros? We'll see. I don't know the cricket rules, but if you figure it out, Prodigy, let me know. First pitch to Urias in the dirt. Ball 1. Hey, Prodigy. Rally time. LFG. Thank you so much for that. First super chat of the day. The next pitch on the way to Urias. That's in there for a strike. 1-1 is the count. Thank you for that awesome super chat, Prodigy. I really appreciate that. Here comes the 1-1 pitch. Woo, on the inside edge. Strike 2, 1-2. 2 outs, nobody on. Astros are still hitless this game. Not a single hit. 50 pitches for Fried, and despite the lack of control and the numerous base runners, the Astros still don't have a hit. Swing and a miss, strike 3, and that's it. Still no hit. No hitter, despite all the base runners, despite 9 lobsters. The Astros have nothing to show for it. We don't even have an error. I mean, at this point, it's like, at least we could have an error so we could have a number on the board. You know that it's got to be a struggle when you're happy to have an error on the board. At least so you can have a number. Hey, we got a 1 on the board. Woohoo! But right now it's all zeros. We are finished with 4 innings. We go to the top of the 5th. 2-0. The Yankees are leading the Astros at home. The crowd is pretty much dead right now. 5 hits for the Yankees, none for the Astros. Getting shut out so far, 2-0. Yeah, Marduk, you would not believe I had so many trophies. My gosh. I had an ungodly amount of trophies from when I started playing baseball as a kid all the way through high school. I had so many trophies. I needed several boxes to carry all of my trophies when I would move somewhere, and I finally got rid of all my trophies. I was just like, why am I holding on to all of these? So I decided to just get rid of them. But I had a ton. I kind of felt like it was useless. Once you get to be an adult, if you're not playing seriously, you know, if you're not playing college ball, you're not playing minor league or pro ball, I felt like it was kind of useless to hang on to all those things. So all of my plaques, all of my trophies, all of my medals and everything, I got rid of all of those things. I had basketball, baseball, track and field. I played everything, even bowling. I had some bowling trophies. Man, I played everything. I would have played soccer if soccer had been available. I really liked to play goalkeeper. It was fun. I did play a little bit, but not in a league. I played some with friends and stuff. When I got to university, I played with some friends there. We had a really good soccer player at the university, and he became kind of friends with me through one of my classes. And we went out and played together sometimes. Man, he could kick the ball so freaking hard. You have no idea. If you've never played soccer and you don't know what it feels like to get hit in the head with a soccer ball, and I don't mean accidentally. I mean like when somebody kicks it in from the corner and you try to hit it with your head into the goal. That is a very hard strike to the head. You have no idea until you experience it just how hard that is. Soccer players are tough. Austin Wells is at the plate facing Framber Valdez here in the top of the fifth. The count is 0-2, just like that. Strike three right in there. He doesn't even argue it. He just puts his bat under his arm and he walks back to the dugout. Perfect. Perfect. 3-pitch strikeout for Framber to start this inning. He's up to 71 pitches, and he's facing Paul Goldschmidt, the top of the batting order for the Yankees. Here's the next toss. Low and inside. Ball one. I like your qualifications, though, Marduk. Gregory's still putting that love on Christian Walker. He keeps pouring it on. I know how much you like Walker. Here's the toss. A little high. 2-0. That's right. Don't wreck yourself with unqualified commentaries. Yeah, if somebody says, you know what, they shouldn't have bunted there, and what's the deal with the lineup, and I question this manager, and the front office putting all that into one comment, it has nothing to do with the Astros and what the Astros are doing. That represents the person making the comments. 3-0. That's a lot of emotion and frustration coming out at one time. Just, check it. 95 at the top of the zone. Strike one. Went 3-1 to Goldschmidt. Yeah, exactly. A bunt call. Oh, my God. The whole organization sucks. Trade everybody away. Start over. Start from scratch. Get rid of the managers. Get rid of the batting coaches. 94. Swing and a miss. Full count. Gregory wants to know who's the Astros player now that everybody loves. Woo! Curveball on the outside edge. Check swing. He doesn't go. First walk of the day for Framber. And we have a runner on first with one out. Gregory says, who's the Astros player now that everyone loves? The current player that everyone loves? Well, you say everyone. I guess you mean Astros fans. It would have to be Altuve, right? It'd have to be. This is hit really hard into right field. Single. Well, I say hit really hard. I didn't mean to say really hard. It was just hit solidly is what I meant to say. Into right field for a single. Now we have runners on first and second. Bellinger. Yeah, solidly on the end of the bat. Actually cracked the bat. Nice solid end of the bat smack. Judge comes to the plate with runners on first and second and one out. Jordan is having a break, Shamrock. They don't want to overwork his hand and re-aggravate it, so they're limiting his play just to be on the safe side. Here comes the first pitch to Judge, and that's in the dirt. Ball one. So people know I was once in shape. Keep those childhood trophies so people will know that you were in shape 30 years ago. That's true. The glory days, right? I don't live in the past, though. Here's the pitch. 91 below the zone, 2-0. That's the thing. I don't want a bunch of trophies around my house that show what I used to be. I want a bunch of stuff around my house that shows who I am right now. So I don't need those trophies. Here comes the 2-0 pitch to Judge. Line drive opposite field. That's going to be down for a hit. Runner's going to have to hold up, but that's bases loaded. 2 for 3 Judge today with 2 singles. One out, bases loaded, and we've got ourselves an old-fashioned jam for the Frombergler. Frombergler's got an old-fashioned jam going on right now. An old-timey jam. Josh Miller decides to come out, sees this opportunity to have a little chit-chat with Fromber. I'll say a double play with cheese, please. I'll have a Welcome to the From Burglar Special Jam. Old timey jam. What would you like? I'll have the double play with cheese, please. Double play with cheese. Yeah, no hits, but a lot of lobsters. That's true. Guys on base, lobsters not brought home. Chaz McCormick, everybody loves Chaz. People actually like Chaz too much. I don't get it why. I mean, I guess his personality and stuff, but his performance, I mean, come on. Ooh, low and inside, strike one. Giancarlo Stanton at the plate. 0-2, 0-4-2 rather, today. Here comes the next pitch from Frambert. Hold up, did he go? They say he did. That's a strike. Good stop by Salazar. That ball was in the dirt. Kept it in front of him. 0-2. Rays are beating the Mariners now? I thought the Mariners had gone ahead. 4-3. That's good in the 7th inning. Thanks, David. Here's the pitch, the 0-2. Almost got that strike. Swinging a foul ball on the curve, low and inside. He got a piece of it. Count remains 0-2. That's right, King Tuck. Mariners are the Astros MVP. MVP, Mariners valuable player. Double play with cheese or a strikeout with a side of ground out. Here's the toss, the 0-2. Woo! The changeup on the outside edge. The crowd thought that was strike three. The cheers turned to boos, but it was a little outside. It was close. 1-2. Here comes a 1-2 pitch. Way outside on the curveball. That one got away from him. 2-2. Manuel says my comment about the coach was not really about the bunt call. I follow the Astros like you do. I didn't play as much baseball as you and only coached up to high school. I appreciate that. I can appreciate that. But, you know, I can understand that there's some emotions and people are upset and they want things to be better. But, oh, strike three right in there. 92-mile-per-hour changeup. He finally drops it in the upper outer part of the zone. Umpire rings him up. Mr. Stanton, you have been framburgled. He didn't even swing. He just took it. He couldn't do anything with that. Beautiful. Right below the chest. 2 outs. Trent Grisham at the plate. A little inside on that curveball. 1-0. Well, I will agree with you, Manuel, that I disagree with some of his lineup choices. I definitely would not put Yordan number 2. I wouldn't put Walker and Diaz back-to-back. I disagree with some things. This is hit out into left field all the way back to the wall. Are you kidding me? It's a grand slam. Not kidding. Grisham, opposite field, grand slam to the Crawford boxes. 6-0 Yankees. That's it for this game, I think. And my internet connection starts acting crazy. Even my Starlink connect. Look at this. It says game starting soon. Wow, even the MLB network did not like that outcome. Can you believe that? I'm trying to get my connection back. Can you believe that? What timing is that? Fromber gives up a grand slam with 2 outs to the bottom of the batting order. To the bottom of the batting order. And immediately my connection goes out. Look at that. I'm getting an error message on MLB TV. It says this content is not available. Wow, even MLB TV didn't like it. There it is. Wow. 6-0. The good news is that it's only the 5th inning. We still got 5 more at-bats coming. All right, finally, Volpe is at the plate. The count is 1-2 with that foul ball. Sorry about the connection issue there. It might be it for Fromber. He might be toast. Not just this game. I mean, for the rest of the season. I mean, we can't have such a bipolar performance, you know. He was so close, guys. So close to getting out of that opposite field to a bottom of the batting order guy. Next pitch to Volpe is fouled off. Count remains 1-2. Well, middle of the batting order. Grisham bats 5th. Batting average is .248 for the season. I wonder how many home runs he has this year. Let's see. 28. That's hit hard. Wow, that was almost another home run. Line drive shot to left field, but foul. Count remains 1-2. King Tuck says, don't you dare put in Lance, but Lance might have been able to get out of that. I hate to say it, but you never know. Here comes the toss. That's bounced to third. Craig got it. Throws it to first. Gets out number 3, and that'll finally end the inning, but the damage has been done. 4 runs that inning. Fromber has 6 up on the board with 8 hits given up. The Astros so far through 4 are shut out. They don't even have a hit, but they've managed to leave 9 players without moving them around. Is this going to be a comeback win for the Astros? Now, if that's the play, then fine. The Astros come back and upset. They come back and beat the Yankees in Game 1 with an upset. That would be absolutely amazing. I'm all for that. I'm going to make myself a second cup of coffee. I think I have enough hot water in here for a second cup. Let's see here. Dodgers were destroyed. Oh, yeah. Yeah, the Astros did crush the Dodgers. Travis says, can't watch soccer or basketball. I watched it during the Jordan era. Now it seems like both sports are just relying on the foul. Just a bunch of flailing. Travis, I'm with you on most soccer. I do loosely follow World Cup soccer, but I only pay attention really to the Japan national team, the men's and the women's team, because I'm in Japan. But I don't like the way they call the games, and that's also my problem with. That's my number one problem with basketball, like the NBA. The fouls are arbitrary. Everybody carries the ball. Everybody travels. Literally 100% of every single player that touches the ball travels or carries the ball. And they just call it arbitrarily, just on a whim. You know, they occasionally call it. They don't call it when it happens. They just call it occasionally. And then the players are always shocked because they always get away with it. And then suddenly they call it. It's just like a foul. Guys get fouled and they don't call it. And when they are not touched, not fouled, they call a foul. It's so arbitrary. So it's a game that's controlled by the referees. And the FIFA World Cup games, even the women's games, have been more and more controlled by the referees. And I'm just tired of that. I feel like I can still watch baseball to a certain extent because there's only so much that a referee can do before it just becomes out of control and unacceptable, right? Cam Smith is at the plate. Man, that could have been a strike, low and inside. Called ball 2. Come on, crank it up, Cam. We need you on base, baby. We need you on base. Do something for the Stros. That's a strike on the inside. 2-1. 2 and 1. 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 2 and The Lion says, see you tomorrow. Yeah. 96. Wow. Okay. That was too far inside and called a strike. This umpire is kind of losing himself right now. Seattle ties it up 4-4. That's not good. Patrick, hey, first base hit. How about that? Through the right side, opposite field grounder, right through the hole. Cam Smith comes through with the Astros' first hit of the game here in the bottom of the fifth. Lead off hit, too. Look at that. Got on top of it. Nice. We got a fast runner on base. And Doobie up at the plate. Let's get something going. Big inning. First pitch to Doobie. Curveball fouled off at the plate. And that one smacked the catcher. He seems a little bothered by it. But Patrick, what you were saying, sick and tired of him just... We have so much pitching. I would have traded him for hitters at the All-Star break. Unfortunately, we needed him at that time, right? We really needed him. We would have suffered even more without him. It would have been terrible. It would have definitely destroyed our year. Here's the next pitch to Doobie, the 0-1. Outside, 1-1. But I do agree with you that I wish we could have either gotten a haul for him or we could get him at a discount, because he's not a bad pitcher, but he's definitely not going to be worth the money he's going to try to get. 100% for sure he's not worth the money. Here's the pitch. In the dirt. 2-1. Good job, Doobie. Yeah, that's right. Steel Viper says the Marlins came back from a 6-0 deficit against the Yanks this year. Hopefully we can do the same. We absolutely can. Here's the 2-1 to Doobie-Doo. Too far inside. Good take. 3-1. Travis wants to know, how long of a clip of the game are you allowed to show without getting punished? Punished. Basically, if it's the MLB network, basically or the MLB affiliate or whatever you want to call them, that's a strike in there. Count as full to Doobie. If it's 4 seconds or longer, they can claim it, and then I have to cut it out later. They won't take it down while the game is live like this. If I have like a 7 or 8 or 9 or 10 second clip, they're not going to take it down. If I just let the game play, if I was just live streaming the game, it wouldn't take very long for them to do a copyright strike. They'll take it down off my channel. But just doing the little clips like this right here, swing and a miss by Doobie, unfortunately. Strike 3 on the full count. It's out number 1. One more lobster. Smith on first base. 1 down. Salazar comes to the plate. Lefty on lefty right here. So I try to keep my clips to no more than 4 seconds. That's ripped right down the first baseline, just foul. If I can keep my clips at no longer than 4 seconds, generally it's not an issue, Travis. Yeah, you're right, DeLion. All the interruptions, the fouls, in soccer games, basketball games, the NBA is an actual joke. I agree. I don't care. I know that Houston has the Rockets, but forget the NBA. Seriously, I just don't care. Not anymore. I'm with you. Back whenever Jordan was playing, Hakeem Olajuwon during that era, just like Travis said, that's when I cared. Back when back when the Rockets won their championships with, draining all those 3-pointers. That was the last time that I was really involved with watching NBA. That was back when it was still pretty accurate. They were doing pretty good with calling the fouls and calling the traveling and stuff like that. The players weren't getting away with nonsense. They actually played basketball, but now it's a show. And gambling has made that worse. It's made every sport worse. Fouled off at the plate. Count remains 1-2 to Salazar. So I just don't care about the NBA anymore. Not at all. I mean, if the Rockets can go all the way to the championship and win, I wish them the best. Congratulations. But the league itself is a big joke to me. I agree. I'm the same with DeLion on that one. Here comes a pitch. Swing and a miss by Salazar. He chases the Swiffer way outside and in the dirt. Looked like Diaz there. Strikeout and out number 2. Cam Smith on first base. That's another lobster this inning. Jeremy Pena comes to the plate. Let's see if he can get the Astros' second hit of the game. But on that same note, though, after the Oilers left, I stopped caring about the NFL, and to me the NFL has also become controlled. 85, swing and a miss on the changeup, strike 1 to Pena. That's another league that is highly controlled. It's an entertainment league, not a football league, so I don't care about the NFL. I watch college ball, but even that is starting to get ruined by the NIL stuff, all those deals. 97, right in there, strike 2, 0-2 to Pena. The more we get the money and the gambling involved in these sports, the more they go down. It's just a sad fact. That's why I prefer to play. Unfortunately, I can't right now. It's sad. If I were still playing, if I were still in good shape, I wouldn't be calling the Astros games. That's a swing and a miss. Pena strikes out on 3 pitches. That's another lobster. 3 lobsters this inning for the Astros, and they're up to 12. 12 lobsters. Yankees have 8. But the Yankees have actually scored 6 runs, so they're doing all right. 6 runs and 8 lobsters for the Yankees. No runs, 1 hit, and 12 lobsters for the Astros. I'm going to hop up right quick and go in here and grab a cold drink. I think I've got my second cup of coffee ready. Maybe I'll wait on the drink, but I need to get rid of some liquid too, you know. That's the end of 5, everybody. 6-0 Yankees. Top of the 6th coming up. I'll be back in just a moment. Go Astros. We got ourselves a new pitcher on the mound, everyone. Enyel De Los Santos is in the top of the 6th for the Astros. If he does well, I'm sure that he'll pitch the 6th and the 7th. First batter to face is Jazz Chisholm, of course. Chisholm is 2 for 2 today with a single and a homer. He's also got a stolen base. It was an easy one considering how it was a passed ball. 1-0 is the count. Here's the pitch in the dirt. Ball 2, 2-0. You know, actually, Gregory, I've got a video coming up. I'm glad that you asked that. Gregory wants to know, it has been a lobster's nightmare for the Astros lately. That is like a question. Here's the pitch. Ripped foul down the first baseline, and that's strike one, 2-1. Actually, the Astros lobster problem has been going since last year. It's just worse this year. This is the absolute best electrolyte drink that I've ever found in my life. It's freaking awesome. Here's the 2-1. Swing and a miss. Nice toss there. The 89-mile-per-hour changeup, 2-2. Almost forgot to mute the mic there when I coughed. But I just wanted to let you all know that I've got a really good deep dive video coming up. Maybe I'll have it in the next week. Swing and a miss, 97 miles an hour, right in there. Good start by De Los Santos. 2 balls, but he came back with 3 straight strikes. Jazz Chisholm goes down for the first time. Ryan McMahon comes to the plate. But I did some really nice research about the Astros 2024, 2025, and how their batting culture has changed at the plate from the way they were traditionally patient, being one of the most patient teams in all of baseball, to being the total opposite over the past 2 years, especially this year. They are number 2 in chasing out of the zone. Swing and a miss. Low and inside. 1-1 the count to McMahon. And they are number 3 in whiff rate. Swing and miss. And this is in all of the majors. They are really struggling at the plate. Especially, and if you add runners in scoring position, the numbers get worse. So the Astros actually are getting base runners on a lot of the time and then leaving them on. So these lobsters that I call them, it's a very real problem for the Astros. And why is that? I wanted to understand it, so I did a lot of research into it because I didn't want to just give my opinion. I really wanted to understand it. 96 above the zone. 2 balls and 2 strikes. All of the fans and the talking heads and the podcasters and the journalists, everybody's talking about it. But nobody's really digging into the actual reasons why, and that's what I wanted to understand, so I did some research. All right, foul tip, swing and a miss on the inside. Salazar catches it, and that's another strikeout for De Los Santos. 2 up and 2 down. Nice. But I've already written a script for it. I've got all the information ready to go. I just need to record it and make the video, and I'll post it hopefully within the next week. So I hope you all can support that video. Give it a watch. I try to make it as interesting as possible. I do use the lobster analogy because I think it makes sense and it's more entertaining. 88, low and outside, just barely misses the corner. Austin Wells at the plate with 1 ball, no strikes. Lewis says, call me crazy, but we are winning this game. I can feel it. 87, high and outside, 2-0. You're right. South Texas youth soccer goes harder than a lot of pro leagues. That's the way I feel about watching the Japanese women's team. They're so fun to watch because they really work hard. 96 outside, 3-0 to Austin Wells. They really work hard and they've got a lot of talent, but they're also having a lot of fun. And whenever they win, it's just like, we can't believe we won. You know, they act like kids. You know, it's like they're just playing for the love of the game. They don't get a lot of support and respect, even in Japan. Right in there, strike 1. 97 miles an hour in that toss. 2 outs, 3 balls, 1 strike to Austin Wells. Nobody on here in the top of the 6th. Here's the pitch from De Los Santos. Right in there, fouled off. Foul tip. Full count. I don't care about the U.S. women's soccer team. They can kiss off as far as I'm concerned. Too woke. Woo, that's ripped hard to right field all the way out to the wall. And is it going to be a homer? Top of the wall? A fan touched the ball, looks like. It's in play. It was almost a home run. Okay. A fan tried to catch it with a hat. Look at that. It hit the yellow line. This fan tried his hardest to get that ball, but he never touched it, thankfully. Goober. What a goober. I'm glad he didn't touch it. Turns into a double. Yankees wanted to double check that, make sure that the fan didn't touch it. Oh, they're doing a crew chief review. It was determined that the ball was in play, and they're going to do a crew chief review. You can see right here clearly that he didn't touch it. He tried. That guy's a goober. Going after a ball that's in play. Somebody slapped that guy on the back of the head. I think it's going to stand, and it'll be a double. Paul Goldschmidt. Yep, runner stays a second. The call is confirmed. As expected. Paul Goldschmidt will come to the plate with the runner on second. Susan says, my husband said Giants and Rockies got in a fight and benches cleared. Gonna have to look that up. That's funny. I wonder if Verlander was involved with it. He seems like he'd get into that. This is hit out to right field. Cam Smith makes a running great catch. Look at that leaping catch. Holy cow, what a great catch. And that's how you make a catch without running face first into the wall. Look at this catch by Cam Smith. Nice. And he doesn't face plant into the wall. Good job, Cam. Third out. 4 up and 3 down for De Los Santos in the 6th inning. It's nice to have an inning like that. 1 hit, no runs. 9 hits for the Yankees, 6 runs on the board. 1 hit for the Astros, nothing yet to show for it. Carlos Correa due up, followed by Altuve and Walker. The fight broke out because of a home run? Are you serious? That's nuts. Maybe when he was running around the bases, he did something, and then that caused them to get angry. You're right, Lewis. Yeah, Lewis agrees with me. The refs impact the NFL too much. I know it sounds a little conspiracy, but I've seen some players and some referees interviewed, and of course, this is non-mainstream media. You'll never see it on TV, of course. But I've seen them interviewed on YouTube, and they talk about how those narratives are controlled. You know, who's going to be the hero? Whatever team and player is going to bring in the most views and make the best story and attract the most money, those are the narratives that they run with. So they literally create the narrative, and a lot of people don't realize this, but the NFL is like watching a TV series. It's like watching a scripted reality show where it's presented as a reality show, but in actual truth, they are setting up elements and bringing in actors and affecting things in a way so that what you're seeing is not completely accurate. Maybe 50% or 60% of what you see is authentic and real, but the rest of it is scripted and controlled. That's the NFL. It seriously is. It's legally an entertainment network, not a sports league. And if you think, of course it's a sports league. They're playing sports. Yeah, they're playing sports, but it's not a sports league. Legally, it's an entertainment league. Go look it up. It's true. Carlos Correa at the plate. First pitch on the way. That's hit really hard to left field and off the wall. Correa's going to have to stop at first base because he hit that one way too hard. Very first pitch, Correa goes right after it and hits it off the scoreboard, just like Taylor Ward. Off the scoreboard like Taylor Ward. He gets, I guess we could say that, off the board like Taylor Ward. Jose Altuve comes to the plate. They're showing some highlights of what he's able to do. He did have a 2-run homer yesterday. It'd be nice to see another one right here. Superman at the plate. Come on, baby. We need to see that snap today. We really need it. Here's the pitch. Outside, ball 1. Good take. Yeah, also, yeah. It ruined the Olympics, too. I agree with you. You're right about that. Here comes a 1-0 pitch. Let's go Astros. They're chanting in the stadium right now. 97. Wow, outside. Altuve smiles at that and nods his head. He's like, okay. He doesn't say anything to the umpire, though, because he's Altuve. 1-1. Should have been ball 2. Here comes the next pitch. Way outside on the sweeper. 2-1. Yeah, you're right, Prodigy. You might as well let him pitch some innings. Eat those innings. Save the relievers. I agree. Prodigy says, I'll never eat lobster bisque or lobster macaroni or lobster thermidor again. Check swing outside. They say he went. That did not look like a swing to me. Let's take a look. Maybe so. Just a little too far. Angle matters. 2-2. Come on, Tuve. Correa on first base. Ground ball to the right side. He dives for it. Is he going to be able to beat it? Barely beats him. Holy cow. Tuve almost got to the bag. Whew. Correa gets to second base. First baseman had to dive to get that. Barely got to that. And then just barely got to the bag in time. Man. 1 down, but we have a runner in scoring position. Yeah, 2026 does bode well. I'm feeling better about it. I used to think that we needed Fromber if we could get him for a decent price. But he can go. I think that our injured players being back. Why are they discussing Walker? Just strike him out. So Correa is on second base with 1 out, and they are discussing Christian Walker, who's due up at the plate. He's 0 for 2 today. Max on the Astros next year. Max? Who's Max? Gregory, who's Max? First pitch to Walker on the way. Max freed up to 76 pitches. Low and inside, ball 1. Yeah, Travis, I remember when the Rockets won the championship. Man, that was awesome. Back when I really cared a lot about the Rockets. That's hit hard to left field. It's going to drop. Correa's going to be held up, though, at third base. Actually, that was hit solidly off the bat, but it sounded like on the end of the bat. It might have been a broken bat. I wouldn't say that it was hit hard, but it was hit solidly. Yeah, off the end of the bat. He punches it out there. So Walker actually gets a single. We have runners on the corners with 1 out. Yeah, Correa held up too long. Missed his opportunity to score. I feel like Perez Chica could have told him to run on that one. Diaz at the plate with runners on the corners. Swing and a miss. 94 just above the zone. Gregory says, I will support the video, Brandon. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. I will share it in the live chat, too, just to let everybody know about it when it's done. But I'm putting a lot of work into it, so I hope it comes out as good as I expect it to be. Here's the pitch. 96 above the zone. Fouled off. 0-2. Like Shaolin soccer. Prodigy says they should combine karate with soccer. Like the Shaolin soccer movie. It's actually a good movie. It's pretty funny. Hey, Daniel. Happy Wednesday to you. Back to back for the lead. That'd be nice. Ground ball to third. That's going to be thrown to second for an opportunity for double play. They don't get it. Correa will score, and the Astros finally get a run on the board. Fielder's choice for Yiner. Not an amazing hit, but at least it was productive. It wasn't a lobster. He scored a run. 6-1. Thankfully, the chopper to third enables Yiner to beat the throw to first. No double play, but there are 2 outs. Yiner on first. Ramon Urias at the plate. Swing and a miss, low and outside on the changeup. Just 5 more runs to go to tie this up. Well, Gregory with a home run right here. Urias could make it 6-3. 0-1 pitch from Fried on the way. And the dirt. 1-1. Swiffer at the bottom of the zone. Strike 2. 1-2. Gregory, you're speculating all the different ways they could tie the game or take the lead. I don't care how they do it as long as they get it. Fouled off. Count remains 1-2. Yeah, they can't hit the brakes. They're not going to be able to hit the brakes. They got to keep going full speed ahead this game. They have no choice. Yeah, the umpire has become really inconsistent. He was calling it tight early on. Now he's being inconsistent. So I don't know what his thing is. Here's the 1-2 to Urias. He hits that one high in the air, and that's going to be an easy fly ball to right field. Drop it! Drop it! Drop it! It drops into his glove. Out number 3. 2 hits, 1 run. 3 hits now for the Astros. 6-1, the Yankees are leading at the end of 6. Going into the top of the 7th, we'll see if De Los Santos is still in the game. He's at 17 pitches and 10 strikes out of those 17. We're down by 5. Yep, no shutout. Stick out your elbow, Diaz. Well, at least Diaz was able to beat the throw to first base. Bless his heart. Bless his little heart. I got a message from a Japanese lady I've been talking to. Oh my gosh. Her youngest daughter just had a baby this morning. Doesn't have a name yet. This is her 4th grandchild. That's funny. So cute. And she sent me the picture of the baby. That's cute. Top of the 7th. De Los Santos is indeed still on the mound. That first pitch is 96 miles an hour, right in there for strike one. Prodigy's right. Keep fighting, Stros. Keep fighting. Diaz didn't cook any lobster. Yeah, he almost did. He almost did. He brought a little something home. Fouled off. Bellinger at the plate. 0-2 is the count. Here comes the strikeout in just a moment. I'm going to call it De Los strikeout. Enyo De Los strikeout. He fouls it off. Count remains 0-2. What do we have in the chat today? How many people are listening in? Have we already had that steep drop-off that I expect to have? Yes, we have. We only have 60 people watching. That is absolutely terrible. Here's the pitch. Fouled off. 60 people. Now 57. I can't believe it. This has got to be the worst Astros Yankees stream I've ever had. Maybe it's also because the game is available. Isn't this game available for more people to watch? Here comes the 0-2 pitch. This is grounded to the right side, and they're going to say it's fair. Walker flips it to De Los Santos, and that's out number one. Well, you know what, though? Check this out. Less than 60 people watching, and I've got 73 likes. So, you know, good job. Whenever we got up to about 100 people, it seems that we got the likes. The likes were about 75%, and that's perfect. That's perfect. Aaron Judge comes to the plate. I don't understand why the people are booing. Why are Astros fans booing Aaron Judge? Why would you boo Aaron Judge? Seriously. He's not an ass. Swing and a miss on the outside. What has Aaron Judge ever done to cause any issues for the Houston Astros fans? He doesn't bat well overall. He's batting very poorly in Daikin Park and against the Astros. Here's the second pitch. Fouls it off. 0-2 to Judge. He's not a jerk. He doesn't say bad things about the Astros. He's a good sportsman, and he's got a lot of talent. I have nothing but respect for Aaron Judge. I still want him to be destroyed when he plays the Astros, but why boo the man? I don't get it. Here's the 0-2. Nice! Strike three. Oh, no! 96 miles an hour. Look at that. It's literally right in the zone. Should have been strike three, and they called it a ball. What is wrong with this umpire? He has gotten worse as the game goes by. Here's the 1-2 pitch to Judge. Outside, 2-2. If Judge crushes the ball here, it's going to be the umpire's fault. It's going to be the umpire's fault. 27th pitch of the game coming for De Los Santos in just a moment. Here it is. Hit high in the air. Should be easily playable on the infield. Walker's underneath it. Puts it away. The Astros get lucky there. Judge is put away. Freaking Astros fans in Daikin Park booing Judge. Come on. It's bad enough that they boo Adolis Garcia. I mean, Adolis Garcia is a villain, right? He's a villain. But I don't even want them to boo him because he does better when they boo. They should cheer whenever Garcia comes to the plate. It would confuse him. That's in the bottom of the zone for strike one. Giancarlo Stanton at the plate. But when somebody like Shohei Ohtani or Aaron Judge comes to the plate, why boo? It makes no sense. Up and in, ball one. 1-1 is the count. 1 out, 1 ball, 1 strike, nobody on. Go Vegan says, don't blame us. Blame the Astros hitters. I don't understand. Astros fans should be booing the Astros hitters, not Aaron Judge. Swing and a miss. Strike 2. Whenever an Astro comes to the plate with runners on and he gets out, they should boo that guy. Boo him. Here comes the 1-2 pitch. This is hit hard to center field. Nice solid hit, but Dubon gets it. 3 up and 3 down for De Los Santos. 2 good innings for De Los Santos. He gives up 1 hit. Retires 6 of the 7 batters. Doesn't give up any runs. Nice little outing for him in the bridge position. The bridge reliever role. We go to the bottom of the 7th. A little silver lining in an otherwise difficult game for the Astros. Cam Smith is due up, followed by Mauricio Dubon and Cesar Salazar. We got 3 more minutes. 3 more minutes. 3 more innings. I was trying to put minutes and innings together for some reason. We've got 3 more innings of ball to do something. Good news from Pam. Tampa Bay leads 6-4 against the Mariners, but the Mariners got bases loaded, no outs in the 9th. Holy cow, let's take a look at that. Let's take a look, shall we? Take a look at that scoreboard. Thank you for letting me know that, Susan. I think that's interesting. Here we go. Look at the game cast. Let's pull it up. Okay, so no outs. Wow, no outs. Top of the 9th. At least it's not the bottom of the 9th, right? Let's see what happens. Steel Viper comes in with $20 to save the lobsters. I should start the Save the Lobsters charity drive. Save the Lobsters Charity Day. Thank you so much. Save the Lobsters Charity Day. Thank you so much, Steel Viper, for that awesome $20 super chat. Trust me, it will be well spent on necessary expenses to keep bringing you all of the Astros lobsters. Cooked or raw, sushi style or cooked, however they come. 72 miles an hour taken at the bottom of the zone for strike 1. Cam Smith at the plate. Max Fried is still on the mound. 87 pitches now. He's going to go all game long, I guess. 94 outside, up and high. But they do have a guy warming up in the bullpen. A right-hander, Devin Williams. Strike 1. That's strike 2 to Cam Smith. But I was about to say strike 1. Uh-oh, the ball is in play. Sacrifice fly. Garver hit a sacrifice fly. It's 6-5 with runners on first and second, 1 out. The Rays leading by 1 in the top of the 9th against the Mariners. Cam Smith fouls that off. The count is 1-2. Come on, Cam. We need you, baby. Crank it up. Let's go. Here's the 1-2 pitch. 97 at the top of the zone. Fouled off. Count remains 1-2. My problem with the sports drinks is that they have a ton of sugar. It's a useless drink, in my opinion. Low and outside in the dirt, 2-2 to Cam. I found this drink. Actually, I buy it in the pharmacy. They don't have it in the supermarket. It's in the pharmacy, but it's an electrolyte drink. The carbs are so low. It's unbelievable. High and outside, full count. Actually, if you're on a keto diet, the carbs are so low in this, you can drink the whole bottle and it will not knock you out of keto. You can have 2 of these a day and it's all the electrolytes you need for the whole day. It's freaking awesome. And they're not expensive. Unbelievable find. Fouled off. Cam guarding the zone right now. Come on, Cam. Let's blow it up, baby. I want to see you bat 450 for the rest of the year. From now and all the way through the playoffs, Cam needs to bat 450 and get about 15 home runs. Here comes a full count pitch with bases empty. Bottom of the zone, ball 4. That was close. Third walk of the game for Fried. Whew, 85 changeup at the bottom of the zone. The umpire let it go. Could have been called either way. The umpire is inconsistent, but he gave it to him. Cam confidently immediately went to first base, and he got it. Doobie at the plate. No outs. Cam on first. Let's go. Outside, ball 1. This is where Fried breaks down. 97 pitches? 96. 97th on the way in just a minute. Go deep, Camster. Hamster walk. Camster wheel. Here's the pitch. Outside, ball 2. Good call there. The umpire laid off. 2-0. If he were to walk Dubon here, that might be the last batter for Fried. Here comes the 2-0 pitch to Doobie. Come on, Doobie. Ground ball to the right side, left side, sorry. No play. That's an infield hit. Third baseman dives for it on the left side of the field. Third baseman dove for it. Good catch. Saved an extra base hit. But there was no play. McMahon had nowhere to go. Runners on first and second, no outs. Top of the batting order, almost up. Cesar Salazar at the plate. They're going to have a little chit-chat. Salazar over 1 today, but he's a lefty. Poses a little danger to Fried. They're not going to pull him out. Can you believe that? Fried up to 98 pitches. They're going to let him stay in and pitch to Salazar. There's no way that they're going to let him pitch to Pena. Hey, let's go take a look at that. There we go. Yes. All right. Thank you, Susan, for that update. So wrapped up in what's going on right now with the Astros game. Final score, Tampa Bay 6, Submariners 5. Heck yes. First pitch to Salazar on the way. He shows bunt. He gets it down. It's bunted in the air. Oh, my gosh. Oh, my gosh. Bunted in the air, and Doobie was off the bag. Pitcher goes to first to get the double play. Salazar punched that bunt. He didn't just bunt it, he punched it, and it took off. The pitcher was able to catch it and throw to first base and get Doobie, doubled him off. So we have a runner on second with 2 outs. Pena at the plate. Low and inside, ball 1. Once again, the Astros didn't learn anything from that surprise bunt. The surprise bunt didn't work out last time. They try a surprise bunt again, and once again, it doesn't work out. This is grounded to short. Should be an easy play to first, and it is. Okay, that's... I don't get it. Okay. All right. That's the end of the 7th. I'm kind of speechless right now because I feel like They didn't learn anything from the last time. They had a couple of guys on. They tried the surprise bunt, and it didn't work out. They didn't have any outs. If you don't have any outs and you got a couple of guys on and you want to bunt the ball, I'm all for it. I'm all for it. But in a situation like that, when your main goal is to move your guys over, you don't surprise bunt. You don't have to. You square up and you lay the bunt down. You make a good bunt. It's important that you make a good bunt. One of you in the chat earlier said you have to execute the bunt, right? You have to execute it. And if you want to make sure that you execute the bunt properly, you square up. You don't do a running surprise bunt. If you have nobody on base, then do a surprise bunt, like Altuve style. Altuve knows how to do it. And he typically does it at the right time, usually. He sees they're playing too deep. I think I can get an infield hit. Well, he leads the majors in infield hits. Why is that? Because of stuff like that. But when you've got a runner on first and second with no outs, there's no need for a surprise bunt because you're not trying to get on base. You're trying to move your runners over. So you square up and you commit to the bunt. And they had two opportunities to do that this game, but instead of going with squaring up and bunting the ball properly, they try to do a quick running surprise bunt. And surprise, surprise, they get burned both times. That's all I'm saying about the bunts. Stephen Okert is on the mound for the Astros here in the top of the 8th. He is facing Trent Grisham. First pitch, right in the bottom of the zone for strike one. Several more lobsters for the Astros. 9 for the Yankees this game. How many for the Astros? 18. Next pitch is in there. Strike two. 9 Wanks lobsters. 18 Stros lobsters. Look at that. That's why we're losing right there. Here's the pitch. In the dirt, low and outside. 1 and 2. One of the things that you're going to see in my video whenever it comes out about why the Astros are having these problems, it's not just a slump. It's not simply a slump. It's deeper than that. The hitting coaches have become complacent over the past couple of years, and it has really seeped into the culture of the Astros hitting. Swing and a miss. Nice pitch by Okert, the slider, 83 miles an hour. Grisham goes down. Anthony Volpe to the plate with a 1 out, nobody on. Top of the 8th. Definitely got a pot full of them today, Marduk. Too many lobster rolls. That's right. Here's the pitch. Low and inside on the slider. Ball 1. Whew. Zen. Here's the 1-0 pitch. Low and outside. 2-0. At least the Mariners lost today, so even if we lose this game, we lose no ground on them. Here comes the 2-0 pitch. That's in there, but fouled away for strike one. Either way, it was going to be a strike. What about the other scores in the league? See what the Strangers are doing. That's also an important matchup, right? They're winning 1-0 over the Diamondbacks right now. But they're only in the 4th. Next pitch from Okert. Fouled at the plate, 2-2. He fouled it off of his foot. Volpe hit his foot. Anybody want to come over to Japan and go get some lobster sushi? That's what we should do if the Astros crash out this year. Let's hit out to right field, deep right center. DeBon is underneath it and gets it at the warning track. Good catch. Thankfully, the field was big enough to maintain that smack. Two down. Jazz Chisholm Jr. comes to the plate. Here's the pitch right in the bottom of the zone. Man, well, that was actually below the zone. That was generous. Chisholm was like, was that a strike? He was confused about that. He's griping about it. He calls timeout. That was a bad call. He's right. Chisholm is right. That was egregious. At his ankles. Seriously, it was at his ankles. That was a bad call. But whatever. He did it to us too, so join the club, my friend. Here's the 0-1 pitch. Another one. Look at him standing there with his arms on his hips. Umpire's like, I don't know. Oh my gosh. Here's the 0-2. He just stands there and takes it. He's like, well, I don't know. Is that one not a strike? Yeah. Boone is yelling a little bit from the dugout. Umpire's like, you got something to say? 1 ball, 2 strikes to Chisholm. Man, that gave me a headache laughing. Here's the pitch. Woo! He doesn't call that one. He's like, that one's not a strike. He's shaking his head. The umpire's staring at him, boy. He's mad. Woo! He's mad. This one was below the zone, too. He called 2 of those a strike. This one he doesn't. He's like shaking his head. This is crushed to right field. Is it going to be gone? It is. It's a homer. You know what? Good for you, Chisholm. You deserved it. Why not? 7-1, the Yankees. Chisholm has another homer. You know he's going to be staring at the umpire when he goes to the plate, right? I guarantee you he's going to be staring at the umpire. Come on. Wow, he did gesture at the umpire. Well, the ump did his best. But Chisholm hits a home run anyway. 7-1, 10 hits now for the Yankees. 1 off Okert, 1 off Fromber. Or rather, 1 homer off of Okert, 1 homer off Fromber. We are definitely being smothered. We've got that sauce completely covering us up on the etouffee. Swing and a miss. 80 on the inside. 1-1 is the count to Ryan McMahon. All these lobsters creating indigestion and heartburn. Yes, they are, Prodigy. DeLion wants to know, bro, what do we do with Fromber? We let him go silently into the night. Sail away, sail away, sail away on the Fromber flow. Or something like that. Fromber no go flow. Sail away, sail away, sail away. 91, right in there. 2-2. Rangers are 9-1 in their last 10 games. Can't write them off. That's right. They've been coming on strong. The Mariners are screwing around, but the Rangers have not yet gone away. It's fouled off. If the Astros are playing around, Mariners are playing around, Rangers could come in and take the division at the end. It's no joke. It's a Joe Biden. No joke. No joke. Rangers are a bad dude, just like Corn Pop. Corn Pop, that pitcher for the Rangers, he's a bad dude. Here's the 2-2. Outside, full count. Yeah, we might as well take the lobsters that we do have and serve them up. cook them up and just make a nice feast for the Rangers. Here, enjoy. Enjoy your lobsters. You can have all of our lobsters. Low and outside, ball 4, so the inning will continue. 2 outs and 1 runner on first. So a homer given up and a walk now by Okert in this inning. Started off so nice, too. Why do the Astros pitchers, so many pitchers do that? So many relievers come in, get 2 outs, and then just start to kind of struggle. Miller's going to come out and give Okert an opportunity to gather himself. Yeah, you're right, Still Viper. If he had been consistently calling those terrible strikes, that would have been a strike 3. You're right. You're absolutely right. Chisholm had a legitimate complaint. You're also right. Both of you guys are right. Number 1, Chisholm had a legitimate complaint, and he deserved the home run. I'll agree to those points. But I also agree with Still Viper. He said if the umpire had called the other pitch a strike like he was calling the others below the zone, then that would have saved us the home run. That's right. It's all right. All of you guys are right. Here's the pitch. Below the zone, he doesn't call that a strike. Unbelievable. AJ Blueball is warming up in the dugout. There I go again, in the bullpen. Austin Wells at the plate with the 1-0 count. Here's the toss. He fouls it high. No, that's going to be in play. I thought that was foul. Altuve's out and left. He gets underneath it. And that's out number 3. Jazz Chisholm, 2 homers today. A solo and a 2-run shot. He's got 3 of the 7 RBIs. Or rather, 3 of the 7 runs that the Wanks have on the board. 7-1. So the Astros, if they don't come back and at least make this a close game, then they will have failed my desire for this series. My desire for the series was for them to win 2 clearly strong games, which is still possible. But for any game that they lose, I only wanted them to lose 1 game at the most. No less. I'm sorry, no more than 1 game. And it should have been a close game. Well, this is obviously not a close game. Not yet. If they can come back and make it a close game, then that's fine. But if they wind up losing 7-1 or 8-1 or 9-1 or whatever, then that's a failure. That's a big failure, especially against this team. They're not going to make it through even a wild card spot. Even if they could manage a bye, playing like this, they're not going to. But that's one of the things that's one of the reasons why I'm making the video that I'm making. That's what I wanted all of you to know, is that the video that I'm about to put together, I've already got the script. I spent many hours doing the research and putting the script together. It's ready to go. I'm just trying to figure out how I want to make the actual video, because I want to make it, I don't want to just talk to the screen. I actually want to show some video and try to make it a little more interesting, you know, with the narration. But I do try to explain not only why the Astros are doing what they're doing right now, but in the video I also talk about the things that they must do. They absolutely must do in order to change it, to turn it around. And the sad fact is the odds are not in their favor. I'm not being negative. I'm just saying that right now the problems that the Astros have with the batting, it doesn't bode well right now. And like I said, I'm not saying this to be negative. I'm just saying based on the issues that they have right now and the things that are required of the staff and the players in order to actually fix it and have a legitimate chance of getting into and deep into the playoffs. What's required to fix it? They have little to no time to work on that in between games. And they need time to work on it in between games. But they have little time to do that because they're too busy playing games. And if they just keep doing what they're doing in the games with little time to correct it, then there's little chance of them going into the playoffs. So right now I'm hopeful that they can as a team get together and actually focus, because it's mostly a mental thing and it's about patience at the plate. But they're not just going to suddenly all click and be patient at the plate. It's deeper than that. Correa's at the plate with a 1-1 count. 92 outside, 2-1. So I'm going to go on record as saying that right now the best that the Astros can do playing like this is to have a wild card spot playing like this. 92 inside, foul tip, 2-2. If they're not able to improve their overall patience at the plate, then wild card is the best they can hope for, and they won't get through it. 94, low and outside. Correa doesn't like the call. He complains about it. Yeah, the Astros commentators noticed how it's not just the Astros. The Astros and the Yankees batters are complaining a lot to the umpire. This umpire, he started off in a tight zone in the first few innings, but after that, he just started being so inconsistent. He's calling pitches way low, way outside, low and outside. Altuve at the plate with 1 out, nobody on. 93 outside, ball 1. Yep, just 6 runs, Gregory. That's all. Just 6 runs to tie. Hey, Doug. It's good to see you in the chat. 93 outside again. 2-0 to Altuve. 1 out, nobody on here in the bottom of the 8th. Doug says, my brother bought a transistor radio in Japan for me when I was a kid. It was the best present I could have gotten. That's pretty cool. Here's the pitch. 89 in the bottom of the zone. That's a strike. 2-1. Mark says, we got 6 games left with the Rangers and 3 with the Mariners, so the division will be decided by head-to-head play. Yep, you're right. We'll see who's going to come out on top, who really can buckle down and dig deep. 93 right in there. Strike 2. Altuve takes it. 1 out. Paul Blackburn is on the mound for the Yankees. That's punched foul down the first base side. I forgot to update the picture on the screen. I'll do that now. Blackburn. Do you guys like Blackburn's syrup? Blackburn's pancake syrup? Waffle syrup? I like Blackburn's. Too sweet, but it's delicious. Strike 3. 94 up and inside. Foul tip, strikeout. Called by the catcher, and that's out number 2. Strikeout looking, strikeout swinging. Christian Walker comes to the plate. The Astros, just like Fromber, going quietly into the night right now. I bet you my viewers are dead right now. I'm going to say that I got less than 30 viewers. Let's take a look. How many? 55. You guys are solid. You're hardcore. Still got 55 watching. I can't believe it. 1 ball, no strikes to Walker. You are hardcore. This is my hardcore group right here. Swing and a miss. 94 right in the zone, and Walker couldn't get the wood on it. 1 ball, 1 strike. This park is dead quiet right now. Look how empty it is back there. What a huge disappointment. Swing and a miss. 81 mile per hour Swiffer. I'd hate to be in the crowd right now and have this feeling. They're playing some music, trying to get the crowd riled up, but they're not having it. Nobody's clapping with the music. A few people. Bless their hearts. But you know what? The people who stay all the way to the end of the game, they deserve to see a comeback more than anybody. I'm the kind of guy that stays all the way through the end of the game no matter what. Here's the 2-1, or 1-2 rather. Way outside. Now it's 2-2. Caesar is still here. Caesar, thank you so much. Viper dropping the Christian Skywalker emojis. Give us a little something here. Something good. Something good, Walker. 2-2 outside. Ball 3. Full count. Yeah, it seems that several of my members and longtime listeners are still in the chat. You guys are the core of the community here at Astros. Here's the pitch. Foul tip miss. Another strikeout for Walker. Blackburn strikes out 3 batters. Correa looking, Altuve and Walker swinging. That's it for the Astros in the 8th. We got 4 hits through 8 innings. Astros with 18 total lobsters this game, and just 1 run on the board. And even that came off of a fielder's choice. Just barely squeaked it in. 10 hits for the Yankees in 8 innings. 7 runs on the board. They only have 9 lobsters. No, I'm sorry, 10. Now, one of the things that's interesting is that creating more and more lobsters is not itself a bad thing. It's only bad if you don't bring them back home. So here's my analogy, and you'll see this in my video when it comes out several days later. But I compare the Astros organization, or any baseball organization, okay, as a fishing company, a lobster fishing company, all right? And the ocean, the oceans themselves represent the entire MLB. And different seas represent different divisions in the American League and the National League, right? So you have like the Pacific Ocean and you know, you have the Atlantic. So you have a couple of different, the National League, the American League, and then you have different seas. The Gulf of Mexico, for example, that would be the division where the Astros are located. And their direct competitors are teams like the Mariners. Now the Mariners, obviously they're way up in Seattle, but the idea is that they have fishing grounds for lobsters not far from Baytown, right? And that's the Astros stomping ground. And so the Astros are in direct competition. No matter where they go lobster fishing, they're always in direct competition with other teams, but they're especially in competition with teams that are in their division. So the companies that are fishing for lobsters, the Astros' goal when they go out is they've got the owner of the company, of the fishing company, you know, they got the manager of the fishing company, and then they've got the captain of the ship that goes out, and then they have the fishing crew, the actual deckhands, who have the nets that actually toss and try to gather the lobsters. Now, when they toss the nets and they actually capture a few lobsters, that's fine and dandy, but you still have to get them into the boat, and then you have to take them back to land and get them to the people, right? And that's where the Astros are failing. They're managing to capture some of the lobsters, but then they're losing them, or their nets, they're letting go of the nets are slipping, or they're losing them on the way back to the shore or whatever. And that's the problem. AJ Blueball is on the mound. First pitch was a strike. The second one is low and outside. He's facing Paul Goldschmidt here in the top of the 9th. That's my analogy that I'm using for this. Here's the pitch. Low. 2 balls, 1 strike. So just because you catch a lobster doesn't mean anything. I mean, think about it. You have to get it back to land so that it can be processed, cooked, and enjoyed by the people. But if you're not bringing any lobsters home to the people, aka the fans, then there's nothing to feast on. There's nothing to eat. And they're going to be really upset about that, right? 2 balls and 2 strikes. Goldschmidt is 0 for 3 today. He's facing blue ball right now. Here comes the 2-2 pitch. Woo! 97 above the zone. He held up. Full count. Sarcastic prodigy. That's right. Just like the deadliest catch. They throw them back because they aren't big enough or because they're pregnant. That's right. Just because you catch them doesn't mean you can keep them. This is hit up the middle. That's going to be a base hit. Runner on first with no outs. Goldschmidt with his first hit of the day. Cody Bellinger due up with 1 on, no outs. Yes, Gregory, your favorite player, Christian Walker, was indeed the last out. He struck out. All three Astros struck out, actually. Yes, that's right, the Strangers, Doug. Gotta say it right, the Strangers. Cody Bellinger at the plate. One runner on, no outs. Here's the pitch from Blue Ball. Curveball right in there, strike one. But that's the thing. Deadliest catch is a good analogy too, if you think about it, because you catch it, but just because you catch it doesn't mean you can keep it. Doesn't mean you're gonna keep it. And sometimes you lose them. You know, you catch them and then they get out of your control and you lose them. Fly ball to Altuve in left field, and that's out number one. Runner remains on first base. Aaron Judge comes to the plate. 2 for 4 today with 2 singles. Here comes the first pitch. Sweeper below the zone, ball one. Currently, the Mariners 3.5 back from the Astros, but that's going to change with this loss. 97 right in there, strike one, 1-1. Barring the Astros come back in the ninth. If we could come back in the ninth, we could go up 4 games over the Submariners. Wouldn't that be nice? Here's the 1-1. Ooh, check swing. Did he go? They say he's safe. 2 balls and 1 strike. Here's the 2-1. Well below the zone, 3-1. There's one of the things that I put in my video where, you know, because people talk about stranded base runners. People sometimes try to correct me in the chat. They say, that's not what LOB means. LOB means the runners that are stranded on base at the end of an inning. That's what MLB says. It says on the website, blah, 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 blah. Swing and a miss, 88 miles an hour, and that is strike 2. Full count to Judge. Nice changeup. Sometimes people try to correct me or tell me how I'm wrong, and then they always go to the MLB site and they quote it. They go copying and pasting that stuff into the chat. What are they trying to prove? 98 at the bottom of the zone, strike 3, 98 miles an hour. Nice. First time AJ Blue Ball has ever faced Aaron Judge, and he strikes him out with a 98 mile per hour fastball. How do you like that? That's going to be nice to put on his resume. Hey, guys. Can you imagine? If Blue Ball goes back to the minors, he's like, yeah, but you know what? My first time I faced Judge, I struck him out with a fastball. That's got to feel good. 2 away. Next batter at the plate takes that pitch on the outside edge for strike 1. Jason Dominguez is in the game, batting for Stanton. Here comes the 0-1 pitch. In the dirt, 1-1. Sarcastic Prodigy wants to ask, have you ever watched Locked On Rangers? No, I have no reason to. Unless the Astros destroy the Rangers, then I will watch it just for fun, to see how much they whine and cry. But I can't remember the last time I watched Locked On Rangers. I haven't had a reason to watch any of their stuff recently. I'll tell you who I can't stand, though, is the guy who does Locked On Yankees. If I were to say a tool, then yeah. 1 ball, 2 strikes on that foul ball. Here comes the pitch in the dirt. 2-2 to Dominguez. The Rook got Judge. I will say this though. I believe there's a guy that does. I think it's Locked on MLB, if I'm not mistaken. He had a really good video the other day. I highly recommend it, where he talks about the phenomenon that's fouled off. The count remains 2-2. He talks about the phenomenon of the pitching nowadays in the MLB, about just how many pitchers teams are using throughout the year, and how many innings they're throwing, and how different it is from years past. Because in the past they used far less pitchers and they pitched far more innings. They had more success. Nice 89-mile-per-hour changeup on the outside, swing and a miss. He gets the out. One hit, couple of strikeouts, no runs. Another good outing for Blue Ball. He continues to impress, especially with that strikeout to Judge. 98 miles per hour at the bottom of the zone. Good stuff. Bottom of the ninth, it's go time for the Astros. All right, here we go. The Astros have been silent at the plate the whole game, with just one fielder's choice to drive in a run. We are down by 6, and this is where we walk it off with a big comeback. Can you imagine? Okay, imagine. Okay, I'm going to tell you, imagine this. Imagine this. It's game 1 of a 3-game series in Daikin Park, right? The Yankees and their fans think that the Astros are rivals. They really, really hate them, especially Altuve. They really can't stand them. They want to beat the Astros more than any other team in the MLB. That's true. Game 1, in the bottom of the ninth, they're winning in Houston 7-1. They've dominated the whole game. They destroyed Framber Valdez. They think that they've got it locked down. They're already partying in New York and saying a lot of terrible things about how the Astros suck. Then the bottom of the ninth rolls around, and the Astros start to get some base runners. They start to get some traffic. Fans get a little nervous in New York, but they're like, it's okay. We still got 6 runs on the board, and they haven't scored. But then the Astros do get a couple of runs on the board. Then it's like, it's okay. It's okay. We still got a 4-run lead. No big deal. They keep the pitcher in, but they get a reliever going in the bullpen. Astros score another run. Then it's like, okay, maybe we need to get another pitcher. The pitching coach comes out on the mound, has a little chit-chat, and he lets him know, hey, listen, settle down. It's all good. We still got a 3-run lead. We got a guy warming up. Just take care of this next batter. The next batter ties it up. And then suddenly we're tied. And then they bring in another batter. They bring in Yordan Alvarez as a pinch hitter. And then Alvarez walks it off with a homer, a solo homer. How about that? Astros win 8-7. Wouldn't that be just perfect? I would spend the rest of the day watching New York Yankees commentators and podcasters. I kid you not, because they would be so upset. Diaz hits it to third. He's safe at first base. How about that? Yainer Diaz rockets it down the third base line. Another diving catch by the third baseman over there. But Diaz hustled down to first base and beat the throw. Close. Infield base hit. 1 runner on, no outs. Ramon Urias at the plate. Here comes the pitch. Strike 1 in there, 92-mile-per-hour sinker. Paul Blackburn is still in the game for the Yankees. 20 pitches now. That's right, Daryl. That's 1. Here we go. Here comes the 0-1 pitch. Outside. 1-1. Here's the pitch. Swing and a miss. 89 on the cutter, right in there to Urias. 1-2 is the count. Gotcha, Mark. Forgot to change it to blue ball. It's changed now. Doesn't really matter. Not anymore, but yeah, I forgot about that. Here's the next toss. Little check swing low and outside, 2-2. A choke right now would be awesome. High and outside, 3-2. Yeah, Viper, it's possible. That'd be awesome. Costanza takes the mound and throws a no-hitter against the Yankees in Dyking Park. That'd be great. The summer of George continues. 93 miles an hour, swing and a miss. Right in there. Blackburn already has 4 strikeouts. All of his outs have come via strikeout. 3 swinging. Cam Smith comes to the plate. Runner on first, 1 out. 93 on the inside. He holds back for ball 1. Oh, I got several messages today. Lots of people messaging me. I'm popular now. Fouled off. 91 on the outside edge. 1-1 is the count. 5 hits for the Astros. We now have 19 lobsters. Here comes the 1-1 toss. Crank it up, Cam. On the outside edge. Wow, he got lucky there. Called a ball. 2-1. You never know what this umpire is going to call, and that's no joke. He's been doing it to the Yankees and to the Astros. Both teams have been getting the same treatment. It sucked both ways. Here's the 2-1. High, but that's a strike. Steel Viper. Thank you for the super chat. He says, lobsters are an invasive species in Houston. Please send help. They are killing the blue crabs. That's hit up the middle, but the pitcher catches it and flips it to first for the double play. Look at that. Look at that. 8 straight wins in Dyking Park for the Yankees. They have no trouble in Dyking Park for the last 8 games. 7-1 is the final. Man, Steel Viper, thank you so much. Indeed. I'm going to say, indeed, the blue crabs are in danger because of the invading lobsters. Please donate and help us end this problem once and for all. Thank you so much for that awesome support. DeLion, that's a good point. DeLion says, well, I made it to the end. I'm proud of us. Yes. The Astros bats may have given up, but this community did not. We made it all the way to the end. That's true. Absolutely true. What a freaking day. At least, you know, I will say that despite this terrible game, you made it very fun. You guys and gals made this a really fun chat. I had a lot of laughs this game, despite the nonsense that the Astros were putting up on the board. And that's what it's really all about, isn't it? I mean, what's the point? The point of watching anything like this, watching baseball or sports or anything like that, is to enjoy, right? I mean, that's what you want. That's what you want from it, is to enjoy it. If you don't enjoy it, why would you watch? And the fact of the matter is that the outcome is not gonna always be what we would prefer, right? We always have a preference, but there's this old Buddhist saying that to have preferences is to suffer. And it's true, because you can't always have your preferences, but when your preferences are not met, and you have this expectation of your preference being met, then you suffer. So we have to find a way to enjoy it We have to find a way to enjoy it, even when the results are not preferable. If we can do that, then I think we're awesome. I think we're awesome people. It shows more about us and who we are, not as just an individual, but as a community. I wish that all Astros fans were like that. And I will say this, honestly. I wish that we were a lot more like Japanese fans, Japanese baseball fans. Obviously, not all Japanese baseball fans are the same. But a lot of Japanese people are like, all right, the Hiroshima Carp, the baseball team, they're doing really well. They're second. We can't believe it. It's amazing. They're number 2 in Japan. They really are really surprised and amazed. I can't believe we're number 2. I can't believe we're doing so well. It's amazing. Isn't it wonderful? But then they start to fall off, and that's what happened to the Carp, the Hiroshima team this year and last year. It's the same thing. They started off really well, and they were in the top 2, and they were just really doing amazingly well. And then they just dropped off. And that's exactly what they did this year. They started off like a rocket ship, and then they just dropped off. On the road, they have sucked so bad. At home, they still have a winning record, but on the road, they have done so terribly bad that they have dropped way down. But whenever you talk to the same fans, I have a lot of Japanese friends here, and they, of course, the ones around here, they love the Carp. And when you say, hey, how about the Carp? They're like, well, they've definitely been struggling, but, that's the way baseball goes. They don't get really negative and emotional about it. It's like, hey, if they're doing well, we're gonna enjoy it. We're gonna live it up. But when they're not doing well, it's like, hey, that's baseball. It's just not our day. It's not our year. It's not our decade. For those of you who have been Astros fans for multiple decades like me, you know that it's not easy to be a Houston Astros fan. It's much easier to pick a big market team that consistently puts tons and tons of money into their team because they create a lot more chances to get into the playoffs, and as a result, they create a lot more chances to get to the World Series. And so there's a good chance that if you're a Yankees fan or a Dodgers fan, for example, at some point in your life, you're going to enjoy a few championships, probably. The Astros have been struggling the past couple of years, but when you followed them for 50 years like I have, I mean, heck, even if you followed them for 20 years or more, you know that there have been a lot of times of suffering. So if your preferences are to win, get into the playoffs, have a chance at the World Series, the Astros have been a long time ago, for a while, despite having amazing players and opportunities, heartbreak. Lots of heartbreak in Houston. And it's not just the Astros. There was a lot of heartbreak. There was nothing but heartbreak with the Oilers. They crushed me. And then when they left, that was the ultimate crush. The Rockets finally came through and won a couple of championships, and they destroyed. They raked. They absolutely raked back in the day. But before that, even with great players like Olajuwon, they struggled to bring it home. But then the Astros, the Rockets just started raking, and they won a couple of championships. But, Houston's still waiting for a Super Bowl victory. And the Astros finally brought some championships, but even since then, it's been difficult. It's not easy to be an Astros fan, you know what I'm saying? Daryl says bad seafood. That's right. The lobsters that we managed to get today are spoiled. 19 total for the Astros today. Still not as bad as the other day, but 19 is too many when you only score 1 run. The Yankees had 13 lobsters, but they scored 7 runs. These are actually good numbers. If the Astros had 19 lobsters, they should have had at least 11 runs on the board, maybe 12. That's what this score in this game should have been 7-11, 7-11, or 7-12. But we only got 1 run. Absolutely terrible. Still Viper says, I finally got to catch a whole game, and I brought the bad luck. You didn't bring the bad luck. It was nice to have you here. It's not you. Trust me. Look at the way the Astros have been playing. Look at the bats. Not just this year, but the past couple of years. You know, the Astros historically have been a team that have been very, very patient at the plate. The epitome of wait for the good pitch. But that has totally gone out the window the past couple of years. And for those of you who don't know this, and this is in my video that's coming up, the Astros' two main hitting coaches, they've been with the Astros for 7 years, okay? 7 years. Historically, they've gotten a lot of praise and notoriety. But the past couple of years, the Astros' hitting has been anything but stellar. It's been average. Last year it was average. This year it's been average to subpar. It's a systemic issue. And when Espada comes out, or Dana Brown comes out and says, you know, we got to do this. We got to be more patient at the plate. We got to be more focused. We got to wait for our right pitches, and we got to quit chasing. Yes, he's right about all of that, but they're not actually doing it. And that's where the problem is. Actually implementing measures, being a leader in implementing discipline and measures outside of the game, and maybe even inside of the game, in order to get the Astros hitters to focus. This is where the management and the leadership is failing. And part of that failure is on our hitting coaches. That's the fact. But we can't blame everybody, and that's one of the things that I wanted to do in my video. I want to be fair, okay? I'm gonna do my best. Listen, sometimes I miss stuff. Everybody misses stuff. You can't think about everything. And I can't tell you all of the details about everything about why the Astros are doing what they're doing. But I know enough about the situation to look at it in a comprehensive way. To put all the blame on the hitting coaches is silly. To put it all on the players is silly. But the truth of the matter is, a percentage of the blame goes on everybody. So a percentage goes on the players. A percentage of the blame goes on each player as an individual and as a team. And then a percentage goes on the hitting coaches. And a percentage goes on Espada, the manager, the coach, right, the head coach. A percentage goes on Dana Brown and even on the owner, you know. But the amount varies. And I'm going to tell you that my personal opinion, based on my research, my understanding of the situation, is that 50%, at most 51%, okay, of the blame goes on the players. Because even if you have terrible hitting coaches and terrible coaches, terrible managers, the players still have the ability to try to figure out how to work on improving themselves individually. Even if all of the players around them suck. Even if the whole mood of the dugout is terrible. Even if they're having the worst season and they're playing like the Bad News Bears. Everybody around them sucks, and the managers suck, and the crowd is not there. The stadium is empty because nobody cares about your team. You're playing on a garbage team. But as an individual person, you still have the ability to look within yourself and say, okay, yes, it appears that this situation really bites. Everything about this situation is terrible. And my performance also appears to be terrible. But what can I do to make things better for myself and to feel better about the situation? To make the best of the situation that I'm in. This can be done on an individual level for every freaking player on the team. It can also be done for the managers and the coaches and for the owner. And it should be done on an individual level and on a team level. It should become a systemic thing for everybody to think this way. But they're not, and this is the problem. They say the right things, but they're not actually implementing those things. And this is what I dive into in my video. And I really hope that you all can take the time to look at that. I hope that it gets some views. My videos don't get a ton of views, but I would love for this one to really go viral and for a lot of people to watch it, because it doesn't just say a lot about the Astros. It says a lot about why teams get into this situation in the first place. It's a lot bigger than the Astros, but it does explain on a much deeper level why things are the way they are. I'm sure that some of you are familiar with reporters like Chandler Rome. Chandler Rome reports on the Astros. He's a journalist, and he puts his stuff into the New York Times, and he's well known and all that kind of stuff. But he still doesn't properly explain, and he should as a journalist. He should do deep dives and actually present why the Astros are doing what they're doing, where they've been the past couple of years, how the culture has changed, what caused them to change, what the problem is right now, and what they must do to fix it that they're not doing. And notice the difference. He should notate the difference. He should note the difference between the talk and the walk. And the walk is not being implemented. And the sad truth of the situation is that the Astros are at a point right now, they're in the middle of the end of the season. They're right in the midst, rather. They're in the midst of the end of the season. We are in September, and if they want to have an October, then they have to get it together right now. And that means that they have a limited, not just a limited amount of time overall, but if you think about it, they're playing almost every single day this month. And that means you have limited time to actually tweak and fix those things, those systemic issues on a day-to-day basis. And that's why I say that if the Astros get into the wild card game, they're going to be lucky. They're going to be lucky to get into a wild card spot playing like this. If they get the wild card spot, or for some reason they're able to get a bye and play in the first round of the playoffs, it's going to be a combination of one of two things. It's going to be a combination of luck and other team struggles, or it's going to be they really do address and correct their issues on an individual and systemic level. And the only way they're going to be able to do the latter is by some really strong, focused effort, mainly on the part of the management staff and the coaches. And then that's going to have to trickle into the players, and they're going to have to pound it into them with discipline. So players that are not getting with that program, they're going to have to be disciplined. So how do they do that? I'm not gonna speculate as to how they can do that. Not too much, but that's why I say that the players themselves are about 50 to 51% of the responsibility. The next level of responsibilities are kind of divided mostly between Joe Espada and the hitting coaches. They shoulder the next big percentage of responsibility. Dana Brown, even though he's a manager, he doesn't shoulder as much of the responsibility as Joe Espada and the hitting coaches. But we can't put even the majority of the blame on the players, because think about it. As a team, they're performing quite poorly, and that shows a systemic problem that's much deeper than just the individual players. There is a systemic management problem, and that needs to be addressed. I really hope that you can check out that video when it's ready. I apologize for going on for so long, but I really wanted to just share all of that. I don't get really upset or angry or yelling and, oh my God, I can't believe the Yankees come in here and they beat us 8 times in a row in our own home. Blah, 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 blah. You're not going to see that on my channel. You're not going to see me freak out. And it has nothing to do with me not caring. People try to say that you got to show some emotion, you know, and show that you care. No, you don't. You don't need to show uncontrolled emotion about anything. My doctor told me about 2 years ago that I was going to die most likely in the next 2 years. Well, my time is almost up according to my doctor. And some days I feel like that's true. Even as recently as yesterday and the day before, I felt really bad. Just, I feel like I'm doing okay. And then suddenly, just a few moments later, I feel like this is it. This is the end. So do you think I really care about becoming upset about what the Astros are doing, if they're winning or losing? No, because I have much bigger fish to fry than that. Life is so much more important than how the Astros are doing. I can guarantee you that if I have to be rushed to the hospital, or if I'm in a lot of pain, The last thing on my mind is the Astros losing to the Yankees 7-1. So life has a way of putting things in perspective for those of us who are willing to see. If you're willing to open your eyes and look at it. But the people who come into the chat claiming to be Astros fans and going crazy, the people making the podcasts or the journalists making the videos and getting upset and yelling and slamming their hands down on the table and, this team sucks and blah, 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 blah. That has nothing to do with the Astros. It has everything to do with the person. So my goal is to be as calm as possible, but to be genuinely calm. And to be honest, whether the Astros win this game or lose this game, we should have no preference. I know it sounds crazy, but we should just be happy to be able to be alive and breathing and enjoy the game. If you don't enjoy it when they lose, then why would you ever watch, even if they're winning? When you go watch a movie, you expect to enjoy the movie, right? That's why you go see it. But if you knew that there was a chance that the movie would upset you, I don't mean just a bad movie, but I'm talking about upset you, would you go see it? Probably not. But that's what sports do, and yet we watch them anyway. Why? Because we put a big expectation on the outcome. And then whenever we don't get the outcome we want, we start attacking the people who are out there trying to win. It's like, can you imagine people going to a movie and the movie not only being a bad movie, but offending them, like terribly bad? People would stop going to see movies if movies were like that, It's just about perspective, that's all. So I choose to have a different perspective. There's someone passed the salt, that's funny. Pass the salt, baby. Pass the sea salt, the Mediterranean sea salt. Still Viper says, thought we would at least change the hitting coaches before the season started, or at least after we started really bad this year again. I think it's pretty much guaranteed that they'll be changed. At the very least, there have to be changes, real visible changes, so that it looks like they're doing something. There's going to have to be some kind of visible shift and change, so that it appears that they're doing something at the very least. I mean, if they could work with the hitting coaches that we have and fix things, that's fine. But it might not be enough. It might be too late for that. DeLion says our approach at the plate is so off, it's non-existent sometimes. 100%. But why? I mean, Espada said the same things. Joe Espada said many times, we're not being disciplined at the plate. We're chasing too much. We're not getting the bat on the ball. We're not scoring runners on base. Yes, all of those things are true. But what is Espada's response to that? He says, we got to fix that. We got to become more disciplined. What? That's like, can you imagine if you talk to somebody like, let's say, Warren Buffett. Okay, Warren Buffett is obviously famous for generating a tremendous amount of wealth. If you had the opportunity to sit down and have lunch with Warren Buffett and actually interview him and ask him some questions, can you imagine if you said, hey, listen, can you tell me what I need to do to become rich, because I have all these debts, I'm struggling, I can't ever seem to get ahead, and now I'm sick and I have all these bills, and I don't know what to do. But you're so successful, you're a professional. What would you tell me? And the first thing he says is, well, you're not making much money. You're sick. You need to get healthy. You're alone. You should probably have like a partner or some close friends or family. You don't have you don't have a family around you. You don't have friends around you. You have all these problems, and you shouldn't have those things. You should, and you're like, okay, yeah, that's true, but that doesn't actually help me. He's just pointing out the problems, and then you say, well, could you tell me how to fix those? And then he says, well, you need to You need to not be doing those things. You need to be with people. You need to have family close by. You need to have friends. You need to have better income. You need to be healthy. I know that. I know that. It's just saying the opposite of what the problem is. And when Espada says we need to be more patient at the plate, why? Because we're not being patient at the plate. This is a circular argument. It makes no sense. It doesn't actually offer any solutions. So when you say, yes, we're chasing the ball, we need to stop doing that. We're not being patient. We need to be patient. We're not driving in the base runners. We're leaving them stranded. We need to stop doing that. I guarantee you that my daughter sucks when it comes to understanding all the rules of baseball. I haven't talked to her in over 2 years, but she never played baseball, really. She probably has only watched it on a very limited basis, so she doesn't understand a lot of the rules of the game. But if you were to ask her, batters at the plate, swinging and missing at bad pitches, stranding runners, are these bad things? She would say, yes, I think those are bad things. Should they fix those things if they want to get better? Yes, they should. But what does that offer in the way of solutions? It doesn't say anything about the cause, and it doesn't say anything about the solution. Can you imagine if you took your car to the mechanic and you said, hey, listen, when I'm driving down the road, the car is shaking and there's a loud noise coming from the right side. And the mechanic takes a look at it, and he comes back, and he's wiping his hands, and he says, well, we test drove it, and it's shaking, and it shouldn't be shaking. And you're like, well, yeah, I mean, that's why I brought it in. And it's on the right side, and it's making noise. Yeah, I know, and it shouldn't be doing that, and that's why I brought it to you. And then he says, well, that should be fixed. I agree. But you haven't told me why it's shaking, and you haven't told me what you're going to do to fix it. Everybody agrees. Everybody in the shop, everybody in my family, everybody in the car agrees. The car is shaking, and the noise is coming from the right side, and it shouldn't be that way, and it should be fixed. Nobody disagrees with that. But somebody has to come in and say, this is why it's shaking. And number two, this is how we're going to fix it. Or this is how we're fixing it. Why aren't they saying that? It's because they aren't fixing it. And how do I know that? How do I know they aren't fixing it? Well, look at the score of the game. 7-1, they lost, and they have almost 20 lobsters. That means they're still doing the same things that they've been doing. Astros are number 2 in the major leagues in chasing the ball, and number 3 in swing and miss. They've got a high swing rate, a lower contact rate. They've got several guys on the team who are striking out big time. We've got the second highest chase rate in all of Major League Baseball. And we're stranding a ton of runners. When we do get guys on base, we don't bring them home. These are systemic issues. So we know what the problem is. But what is the cause and what is the solution? That's what they don't talk about. Whenever they talk to Espada, that's what they're not talking about. And that tells me that the leadership there, they're failing. And on an individual level, that's too much effort, too much pressure to be placed on every single player out there on the field. That's why I say that the Astros bats are only about 50 to 51% responsible for their performance on the field. They've got to get that support from the management. And unless they're able to correct that off the field and fix that mindset and that discipline, implement some actual things to fix that, then the shaking won't stop. That's right, Viper. You're absolutely right. Viper says we just keep on driving the shaky vehicle, hoping it'll fix itself. And you know what? People actually do that. They do that, right? They're driving along and they notice it's starting to pool one way or the other, or it's shaking, right? The wheels start shaking, and it's not too bad. And when I go a little faster, the shaking is a little less, right? So maybe if I just keep driving faster, maybe it will be okay. Maybe I can ignore it, or I can go a little longer, or maybe it will correct itself, right? And it won't. We all know where this leads. It just gets worse. But if you go to a mechanic, maybe you have a regular mechanic. And I know I think this is a fair analogy, okay? Imagine that you are a very rich guy, okay? You're a rich guy, and you have some expensive cars, and your car is shaking, right? Your nice Lamborghini Urus, you know, the SUV, the Lamborghini SUV, it's shaking. That's a very, very expensive vehicle. You're talking about at least $250,000 to buy the Lamborghini SUV, and it's shaking. And you have the same mechanics who work on all your cars for 7 years. And for many years, they've been doing a phenomenal job, and you've actually even been able to race your cars and win first place. But then you go to your mechanic, and you say, hey, listen, there's a problem with the car. And he checks it out, and he says, yeah, it's shaking. It shouldn't be shaking. And you're like, well, yeah, I know that. My family knows that. We all know that. And we can't just keep driving with it like that. So what's the problem? And he says, well, it's shaking. And you're like, no. I know it's shaking, but what's causing the shaking? What's actually causing the shaking? And step 2, what are you going to do to fix it? If you're mechanic, you're a wealthy guy. You can hire anybody you want. You can literally hire anybody you want. Take your pick. And you've had the same mechanics for 7 years. And you go to them and they say, hey, it's shaking. It shouldn't be doing that. And it needs to be fixed. But they're not actually fixing it. Would you keep those mechanics? Would you keep them? Of course not. And if your drivers keep driving the vehicle, they keep driving it in that condition. I mean, you're like, dude, you can't drive it like that. You have to do something to get it corrected. You have to be a part of the process to get the shaking fixed. So you can see where it's part of the driver's fault and part of the mechanic's fault and the manager of the shop. But as the owner, you have the ability to recognize that and come in and start putting some pressure on those guys. So yes, you, even as the owner, you have some responsibility in fixing that, and you have the ability to do some fixing of that. Yeah, sometimes it's as simple as that, Viper. You said we need a spotter to rotate and balance the tires. Sometimes it's as simple as that. You know, it's interesting because where I live, I have to change my tires. I have winter tires and I have summer tires. We get a lot of snow around here during the winter. Sometimes it's a big snow. If you don't have the winter tires, the snow tires, you really can't go out. You literally cannot go out. You'll slide right off the road. The roads become so covered with snow you can't even see the roads. It's just a big flat area of snow, and you don't know where the lines are. You don't know where the ditch is. It can be very, very dangerous. But the difference between driving with the summer tires on the snow versus driving with the winter tires on the snow is literally night and day. It's like, oh my God, I'm gonna die, versus, oh wow, I actually have a little bit of control. Now you can't just drive like crazy with snow tires. You can't just put on your studless tires and go nuts. You still have to be careful because you have various hazards. You can't see the edge of the road. You can't see the line. There are oncoming cars. You have to watch your speed. You know, you have to watch how hard you brake and when you're turning. You have to be a little more careful. But you have the tools that you need. But the reason I mention this is because I kept my winter tires on my van for too long. The main reason I did is just because of money. I couldn't afford to get new tires. I needed new summer tires, and I couldn't get them. So I kept my winter tires on my van for too long. About a month and a half ago, maybe, I finally was able to find a cheap brand new set of summer tires and get those. But what had started to happen was, it was my right front tire that started kind of shaking, and it was making my steering wheel shake. And I knew that my studless tire had gone bad, and it was starting to cause a problem. And it got worse and worse and worse, and finally I was able to afford, well, I'll say I was able to afford. I had to not pay some other things, but I got the money, and I bought the new summer tires, and after that, it was just smooth as butter. But imagine if I had just let that go. I could have had a really bad accident. Studless tires don't do well on dry, hot roads, and when it rains, they do really bad on wet roads. You might not know that, but if you're driving and it's a summer day and you've got studless tires on your vehicle and the roads are wet and it starts raining, you come around a curve, you can easily lose control of that vehicle. They're just not made for that. They're made for the snow and the ice. And they're really good on that, but they're terrible on the dry roads. And they're terrible on the hot, wet roads. Very terrible. So it's important to have the right tires. Change them, rotate them, balance them. Very, very important. And it's no different for a baseball team. So, this has been an interesting discussion. I wish I had a few people actually to talk to live. It'd be awesome to have a few people on. Maybe I should do that one day with some of my members. We should do like a fan chat. Maybe I can invite some of you guys to have like a Zoom call or something. We can have several people on the screen and have a chat. That'd be really cool. Maybe something we can do at the end of the season. Paul says, it's also like when you go to the doctor and say it hurts when I do this, and the doctor says, don't do that. Yes, that's right. That's right. Is it? Oh my gosh, I've had doctors say stuff like that before. It's like, because I have this massive tumor on my kidney. And I go to the doctor and I tell the doctor, when I have too many carbs or sugars, it really causes my kidney to start to ache, to hurt more. And he's like, well, just don't eat carbs and sugar. It's like, well, duh. I mean, I know that. Obviously, I know that the sugar levels are causing something to happen. But I need to understand why and try to figure out a way to fix that. Deliance has started Discord. I've been told that several times. I'm definitely going to look at it. I'll just say that I haven't had the time to devote to it because of several other things. You know, I've got my health stuff and I try to rest when I can. The heat outside, I don't move too much when it gets this hot. I feel miserable. But I'm also trying to write my novel and do all the live streams, create some other videos. It's a real concern for me right now when the season is over. I don't know if you guys and gals think about this, but as it relates to my channel, it's all fine and dandy while the season is going, but when the season ends, I have to find other content to create for my channel. And I don't want to just put up a bunch of garbage, you know. I want to make some things that are interesting. But I have to change my approach, because from basically either October or November, depending on how the Astros do in the playoffs, I have to. I have up to 5 months maybe. So possibly October, but definitely November, December, January, February, most of March. So around 5 months of no baseball play-by-play, right? So this channel is seasonal, based on the baseball season, not fall or summer or anything like that, but it's seasonal based on the baseball season. So for about 5 months, there's no live play-by-play. And so if I don't do anything with my channel, it basically goes dead. And I can't afford that. Can't afford for my channel to die. And I don't want all of you to just suddenly get no value, you know, from my channel. So that means that I have to make other content and do other things. And I think it's a good opportunity to not just bring you news and updates and opinion articles and highlight reels and things like that, but also an opportunity for us to have discussions together and talk about what happened in the last season, how we feel about next season, different players, different topics. It's an opportunity for us to connect. So I think that we can do that. So I'll definitely have time, DeLion. I'll have time to check out the Discord and see how it goes. But Paul, that is a really funny point. There's so many analogies that we could use, but the doctor one is really funny. You know, you go to the doctor and saying, "Oh, my side hurts." When did it start hurting? Well, I was sleeping on my side, and I noticed that it would only hurt when I was asleep on my side. Well, stop sleeping on your side. You know, it's like, what? Tell me the cause, man, and tell me how to fix it. It's ridiculous. But anyway, in my video, I do use the analogy about the boat, about the lobster company, lobster fishing company, right? And you got the owner of the company, you got the managers, you got the boat captain, you got the deckhands. All of these are metaphors for the Astros organization and the other organizations. And, you know, while the Astros are out fishing trying to bring those lobsters home, the Submariners are also out there on the sea. And they're not having a great time of it either. But they're out there directly competing with us. And we're going to head to head with them. And whenever we go back to shore and we don't have any lobsters, guess who's there waiting to punish us? The Rangers. So if we don't bring back the lobsters, I think I bit my tongue. If we don't bring back the lobsters and satisfy not only our fans, but what's needed to win the division, then we're going to be punished. We could be punished by the Rangers because they are really coming on. So that's the way I view the analogy, is that we've got three main things to think about what we're doing as it relates to the Mariners and the Rangers. I see the Mariners as trolling around, also fishing for lobsters. They're having trouble too, but they are in direct competition with us. And the Rangers are waiting on shore, trying to enforce the law on us. So if we're not bringing back the lobsters that the people crave and demand, then we could be punished by the Rangers. That's the way I look at it. I think it's a good analogy, but, you know, it is what it is. I appreciate you all listening. I know that I've gone on a rant a lot longer than normal. I feel that most of what I say is spot on. I appreciate you listening in, and I don't need an echo chamber. I don't need everybody to agree with me all the time. I don't care if people disagree. It's okay. I don't mind. As long as people are respectful, it's fine with me. But I do appreciate the fact that some of the key people here have similar viewpoints. Not because I need the agreement, but because it's evidence to me that my perspective is accurate. I do believe it's accurate, but it's nice to have other people who are able to see it as well. Steel Viper says the lobsters are running rampant tonight because the Rangers are losing 5-2. You know, I'm interested to see how many lobsters they have in that game. If they've only got 2 runs, but they've got a lot of guys on base that they haven't driven in, then they're definitely having trouble. But that's the best we can hope for right now, that the Submariners and the Strangers continue to struggle. But of course, the Strangers haven't been struggling. What are they, like 8-2? Their last 10 games. So if they start to struggle right now, that's great. But you know what? If we don't work out our issues, playoffs are going to hurt. They're going to hurt. All we can do right now is hope that the Astros are able to individually and systematically address the discipline issues with the batting. That is the core that they must focus on. Absolutely the core. And if Espada and Dana Brown are not able or willing to make any deep changes to the actual staff and the pitching coaches, if they're not able to do that right now, and I understand that at this time of season that would be a very difficult thing to do, at the very least they need to directly take hold of the situation and fix it. Because the Astros have a very, very limited amount of time between these games to do any serious work. So they must identify the issues right now and implement changes right now and focus on every single at-bat. And the players that come up and do not follow the game plan, they should be disciplined. They should be benched, or they should be moved down in the batting order. There needs to be some kind of discipline, some kind of actual punishment but they have to have the game plan in place first. They have to have the system in place. They have to have the strategy. And the players who aren't sticking with the strategy, well, we'll just bring in a player who will. Simple as that. But that's pretty much it. It is now 12:45. I think it's time for me to get lunch. So I'm going to go do that. I appreciate you all listening for this long. It's safe to say that this is the main core. We got 16 people listening in right now. Steel Viper says, I think it's healthy to disagree as long as people can keep it civil. A lot of times I find when I disagree with someone, people want to force their opinion on me as fact instead of agree to disagree. And you and I are in total agreement. I've had people tell me before in the past that I'm very strong with my opinions. Sometimes that's true, but I will say this. I'm not opposed to admitting if I'm wrong about something. But over the years, I've learned that whenever I state my opinion, whether I state it in a strong way or not, I need to make sure that I state it in a way that it's clear that it's an opinion. It's clear. Now, if it's a fact, I'm going to tell you it's fact. It's just a fact. And so right now, if I say the Astros have a systemic batting discipline problem, that's not an opinion. It's obviously a fact. It's obviously a fact. And if that is a fact, then there's a cause. And so we can dig into the cause and discuss that. But I can't accept when people, either in my life or in the chat, come in, and I'm sure you're the same, like you said, when people want to force their opinions on you as fact. That's unacceptable. So that's like the lobster thing. I think it's a very funny term, and it's accurate. But the fact is that a stranded base runner, a left on base stranded base runner, is different than a cumulative left on base runner. These are different stats. The attention is always given to the base runners that are stranded at the end of an inning. So if there are 3 base runners, okay, the Astros load the bases with no outs. The next 3 batters strike out, ground out, foul out. Okay? They're going to say 3 runners were stranded. At the end of the inning, they always say that. And if you look up on the website, you'll see that the Astros stranded 3 runners in that inning. That's just the way they're going to traditionally show it. But that doesn't tell the whole story. What you don't see are the cumulative stranded runners. So the first batter came up with bases loaded and struck out. He stranded 3. He had an opportunity to move them around, and he didn't. The next batter also got out. Same thing. 3 more runners. That's 6. 3 for the first batter, had an opportunity to bring him in, didn't do it. Next batter had 3 runners on base, opportunity to bring him in, didn't do it. And then the third guy gets out. That's 9 in 1 inning. 9 stranded in 1 inning. That's different than stranded at the end of the inning. These are different numbers, and that's why I like that we're using the lobster analogy, because it's creating a clear difference between stranded at the end of the inning and overall cumulative stranding. And it's amazing to me how some people do exactly what you're talking about, Steel Viper. They'll come into the chat and they'll say, what you're calling left on base runners, I don't understand it, because you said there are 15, but actually right now there are only 4. So I don't understand where you're getting your numbers from. Where are you getting your numbers from? And then, of course, I explain what I just did, the difference between cumulative left on base, which is individual opportunities, and the total all together. That creates the total that I'm using, versus just left on base at the end of the inning, stranded runners at the end of an inning. I explain it very clearly and very simply, but they come back, and I kid you not, I've had several people in the chat go to the MLB site and look up the definition of left on base and copy that and come back and put it into the chat and say, but this is what MLB says. So basically what they're saying is you're wrong. So they become argumentative. And why? For what reason? instead of learning, instead of being open-minded and listening to what I'm saying, because I understand what they're saying, but to them, there's only one type of left on base, and that's incorrect. There's more than one type of left on base. It's just that on the MLB site itself and on all baseball sites, their main focus is always stranded base runners. So I guarantee you, if you go look it up right now, what you'll see on those websites is the Astros stranded base runners at the end of each inning. Total of at the end of each inning, all added up, it'll be much less than 19. Today it was 19 total cumulative were not advanced that were on base for the Astros. But it's not going to say that when you go look it up. The funny thing is, if you take a look right here on my screen, I have the numbers right here on my screen. Right here. Right up here it says LOB, left on base. And if you go down the list, you can see these are the lobsters. This LOB column is the lobsters. This is not the stat that you'll see on the website. So if you look over here, you'll see Pena had 4, Correa had 3, Altuve had 4, Walker had 1, Diaz had 1, Urias had 2, Smith had 0, Dubon had 1, Salazar had 3. The only Astro in this entire lineup that did not have a lobster today was Cam Smith. Everybody else had at least 1. Pena and Altuve had 4 each. If you add them up total, 19. This means that Pena, when he came up, he had 4. That means that at various points in the game, there were base runners on and he failed to move them around. 4 different base runners. And when you add up this total, you get 19. That's a terrible number. The Yankees had 13. Now, it sounds like, well, that's not too good. Oh, actually, that's fine. Why is that? Because the Yankees had 7 runs. But when you only have 1 run and 19, this is really, really, really bad. And the other day, the Astros had 25. 25. Sometimes they have almost 30. But you can't have so many lobsters and score just 1, 2, or 3 runs. That shows a terrible game. Now, if you have 30 lobsters and you score 12 runs, it's no problem. It makes sense because that means you're getting a ton of guys on base, but you're actually converting a lot of those runs. But when you're getting a lot of guys on base and you're not bringing them in, that's a big problem. And so when people come into the chat and they try to argue this with me, they just want to be right. That's all. They're not listening. They're not trying to learn. They're just trying to be right. And I'm not. Am I presenting something that's wrong? I'm not trying to be right. I'm just trying to educate people so that they understand. If they can understand the lobster concept, then they can understand how serious the Astros problem is. It's not a slump. They don't need to just get the train back on the track. The tracks are broken. The tracks have to be repaired. We can't just put the train back on the tracks if the tracks are broken. And that's what I'm saying. I'm saying the tracks are broken. It's a systemic track issue. It doesn't matter if we put all of the players or all of the cars back on the track. They're just going to derail again. That's my opinion. It's not. I believe that's not coming across as negative. I believe that I'm just stating neutral facts, right? I feel that way. I don't feel negative right now. I'm not criticizing. I'm just stating the way things are. Steel Viber says, besides this game, I feel like Yiner tries to save the lobsters instead of catch them. Yeah, maybe Yiner is he's a secret environmentalist, is what it is. Maybe he believes that the blue crabs close to Houston and the Gulf are the invasive species, and the illegal lobster immigrants should have all of the rights. Now we're starting to get into political analogies. But it kind of reminds me of that, where these lobsters from way outside of the area have become like an invasive species, and now the blue crabs are suffering. But everyone is like, not only do they have equal rights to the blue crabs, but we're going to put them higher than the resident blue crabs, right? They shouldn't even be there. A lobster sympathizer. Yes, that's right. The people need our fishing crew, the Astros fishing crew, to bring the lobsters in so we can cook them and eat them, and we can feast, be happy. Yay! But some people are working to thwart that, right? What movie was that? What movie was that? I can't remember. It was a sci-fi movie where they had some kind of really big device that would take somebody and send them, transport them like to another dimension or something like that. And one guy came in. He was like the leader of a religious cult or something, and he came in and he sabotaged it. So whenever they were trying to use it, it exploded and blew up. Do you remember that movie? Kind of reminds me of that. Maybe that's like Yainer Diaz. He doesn't believe. He doesn't believe that what we're doing is right, so he sabotages it instead of. It's like, wait a second, somebody cut the net, and Yainer's like, I don't know, it wasn't me, and he's got like the knife behind his back, you know. Anyway, good fun. This was a good chat. I'm glad we had the opportunity for this. Hopefully, it's been a little therapeutic for some of you. Like I said, you're not going to see me yell and go crazy and get upset and slam my hands down no matter what the Astros do. I will get excited, and you know, whenever the Astros do something good, I'll get excited and I'll cheer and I get really happy about it. I'll express my joy, but I'm not going to allow the negative results to give me the opposite feeling. You can choose which one you want to experience. I just want to experience joy, happiness, community, and good times. I don't know how many days or hours or, if I'm lucky, years I have left. I really don't know. And there are several things that I wanted to experience in this life that I have not been able to do so yet. And I believe that I still can, but I don't know if I will. So the last thing I want to do is allow a baseball game or a baseball season to cause a dark cloud over my life. I just want us to be enjoyable and happy together and have a nice positive community. But that's it for us today. I'll see you tomorrow for game 2. Thank you again for the super chats. Much appreciated. So much. Glad you all stuck to the end. I'll say go Astros, and I'll see you tomorrow's. Thank you so much. Bye-bye for now.